Good morning, everybody. This is Preeti on behalf of Linux World. I welcome each one of you all to this 2 days live instructor-led workshop on MongoDB, the leading NoSQL database. Uh, I'm sure many of you all have attended many workshops under Vimal Daga sir's guidance previously in the span of last 1 year. But yes, there are a few new ones as well. Would like to help them with the process in which we deliver this workshop, including the technical support and everything, so that they're familiar with the process and can utilize this to the level max to learn, at the same time implement, and also keep experimenting and researching. That's what we expect each and every learner who attends our workshop to do the needful. But before I proceed ahead with the process, which we follow for the workshop, for these 2 days live workshop, would like to introduce you to the mentor for this workshop, the felicitator for this workshop. He's none other than Mr. Vimal Taga, a senior principal IT consultant for top Fortune 500 companies on the technologies you name. He is one of a popularly known as a technology guru in this world, internationally been recognized, holding 2 world records as of now. One is Red Hat Certified Architect level 23 with Enterprise Application level 9. And at the same time, he just recently cleared 11 AWS global certifications in 11 consecutive days. Currently 13x certified. There are much more to know about him because, the best way to learn, or the best way to implement something, is to learn from a person who has uh, done consultancy and worked on high-end integrated projects and all of these, and then learn from that person, because he knows the real lack of what is happening in the industry. He knows what kind of projects are coming in the industry with related to the technologies he deliver as a workshop. We just name it as a workshop to be very precise, but it is nothing less than a training of 8 hours, and this goes for 8 to 10 hours generally. And to be very precise, when you take this word workshop to a place other than India, it is more valued than a training as well. And we definitely follow a bit of international culture, and that's the reason we use this word workshop. Um, because when you see the content, the flow of the content and everything, which I'm sure many of you all have already experienced in the last workshops on shell scripting, GitHub, AI on AWS, it was way beyond a normal training as well, which people expect to do it in 8 to 10 hours training. Much more to add to it is this would be a 2 days session. Today same time, 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. IST time. Similarly, tomorrow also the same time. It's a live session. No recorded sessions will be provided. We expect each and every participant who has enrolled for this program to attend it live, so that you can ask your questions, you can raise your queries, you can learn with him, and all of these things. These are benefit which no one would get it as a self-paced workshop or a self-paced learning. At the same time, we have formed WhatsApp groups. That's for the management purpose. That's related to your certificates and all. They will help you with the process of how do you become an eligible for a participation certificate for this workshop. And we also have technical volunteers being allocated to your group specifically, so that in case while doing this workshop, or even after the hours of the workshop, if you have any technical query, you can definitely get back to them. At the same time, we follow a Slack channel wherein we have more than 100 plus volunteers helping you throughout your process, not only 2 days, but always. In case in the near future you're working something on MongoDB and you're facing an issue, you can put it on our Slack channel, and there will be people to help you and support you all throughout your journey. This is what we believe in, because research does not happen in just 2 days, or people don't implement everything in 2 days, but you need to have a support for quite a long time, which we try to provide even to the ones who are just a part of our workshop at the same time, because we believe in providing right education to right people at the right time. And during this tough time, I hope everybody's safe, their families are safe, and be healthy, and keep yourself positive. That's the only thing which we can keep yourself calm and composed, and focus on your learning, focus on something which is good happening in your life around. Thank you so much from my side, and over to you, Vimal sir. Thank you.
All right, guys, welcome. This is Vimal, and I would be the instructor for this workshop. So, welcome to this MongoDB workshop, right? So, if you guys are with me in some of my other workshops, right? So, you guys might know the pattern. Maybe it name as workshop, okay, but I'll try to touch lots of concepts the way normally we have we have in our normal training. Okay, so this 2-day workshop of around 8 hours, but I'll try to cover as much as of MongoDB to give you feel that you guys are not exactly in the workshop, right? Because normally the meaning of the workshop in the market is to just have some basic demo and some basic uh, PPT runs and something like this, right? But technically my perspective would be I will explain you multiple different use cases, multiple scenarios we will discuss, and then try to show you how to implement this, right? So this workshop for me it like a some basic to some intermediate or advanced kind of training uh, for me. It will gonna cover everything as a practical and hands-on, right? So that's all I would like to start from. Preeti, I think, introduced me, but it's always I always say this. It is always good to know about your instructor. It will give you your confidence on the content delivery. So it's pretty simple to know about me. If you can type my name, Vimal Daga, in the Google, you will see what exactly I'm doing and other area where I worked on. But yeah, you can visit the LinkedIn profile, and you might see almost every technical and technological domain I have or I had work on with almost all the top company in the world, right? So everyone and everybody I have worked on in all the area, in all the domain, and the tools and the technologies. Okay, so pretty straightforward, very quick intro about me. Okay, so let's me directly jump to the main topic. Okay, so topic is MongoDB, and there's no prerequisite, guys, for this workshop. If you have any idea in any of the database, or if you have no idea, so there is no prerequisite on the MongoDB or anything what we are going to discuss today. Everything I'm going to start from very basics. Okay, so let me start from here. um, this is the official website of MongoDB. It's called mongodb.com, and from here if you see, one of the key about the MongoDB is document based database. Okay, or maybe somewhere you might see about MongoDB, it is a no SQL. Okay, so let me start from this term. What is the meaning of no SQL and why it is known as document DB? But before this, guys, I want to tell you one more interesting thing about the MongoDB. Very limited database software in the world have this kind of big client base. Okay, so if you see here, these are the some of the clients of MongoDB who use MongoDB in their products. Okay, so because these are the top company: Google, Verizon, Intuit, Sega, right, Adobe, so SAP. So these are some of the few clients and their developer they use MongoDB in their products. Otherwise, there's a lot of customized story about MongoDB. I highly encourage because it again give the confidence on the content or on the tool or the technology that we are learning right now. How Toyota using MongoDB and how it helps Toyota in the faster uh, accessing the data. Okay, because if we talk about today's databases, right now you see we normally talk more about NoSQL, and NoSQL, guys, for purpose, right? So we tune our database data model, database planning, schema, the way we want to use. Final motto would be performance. What I'm talking about, don't worry guys, in half an hour you come to know what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, but keep one thing in the mind. Okay, if we want to store something, I want I want, for example, just to just give, right, let me draw over here. So if you have a data, okay, and that's one thing guys, if you want to store a data, okay, we always store a data in a file, and file we always create inside a directory or the folder. And finally guys, this folder we store finally in our hard disk, that is called storage. Okay, why? One simple reason is whatever you put in the storage is permanent in nature, right? So after system reboot, your data will be there. This is called permanent or persistent. Okay, so most critical thing here is our data, but this is the way we normally manage and organize the data. We have the file and we have the folder, inside the storage we store it. Okay, now the most important thing here is, if you storing something in the storage, right, why you want to store? Because in the future you want to read it. So technically first you have to write, so in the future you can read it. And after read only you can use this data for something. You want to present this data to somebody, you want to use this data in your application. It is something like this: you go to Facebook, post something, so Facebook store this data and write this data in the storage. And why they write? Because in the next time when you go and visit your account, your profile, your post timeline, so technically you are reading it. So they want your data to be stored so that in the future you can read it. Okay, the most important thing is this read and write is also known as IO operation, input output operation. Okay, so so point guys here is, now everybody think in this perspective. We want our IO performance to be performance should be super fast. Okay, I want very fastly we want to write, and very fastly we want to read. I want to improve our performance. One of the big reason is again, you take the example of Insta or Facebook or something like this. Every second hundreds and thousands of guys are writing something and thousands of guys are reading something. Okay, so they want to give a better uh, service to the user. Right, it doesn't looks good. You go to Insta, click on account somebody, and it takes 2 minutes or 1 minute to load the data from their profile. Okay, in this perspective you will say, I'm not getting good user experience in this app. Okay, oh, and one of the one of the point where if you don't have proper plan, uh, so it will impact the user experience, is the storage part. Storage part, if you doesn't manage your IO speed and performance properly, it will directly impact your user experience. It is something like this: you open if you open this page, for example, amazon.com, one hit happen. So you can see a lot of things come up, right? If I click and search, information come up, right? If the information take 2 minutes to to come up, nobody start using Amazon, right? So they start finding some solution, because we feel, and now the way that the internet app has been changed, or social media changed the world, we we want something to be very faster, right? I want one click, and as soon as I click, as soon as I click, automatically I want my data to become up as soon as I click. I don't want to wait right, for 1 minute also, to for my data. So the key here, right, whatever guys we are doing today and next day, just keep this word in your mind. We want our IO to be fast, means I want to have a great performance. For this, for this, either you buy some powerful hard disk with a high performance oriented. Okay, maybe if you guys know SSD hard disk and more powerful than SSD, okay, better the hard disk would be. the better the speed would be. But if you talk about these kind of physical hardware or hard disk, they have a limit again. If you go to one of the best hard disks in the terms of speed, they come with something. It is limited. But data is not limited. Every day data is is keep on increasing. Maybe you guys might have heard that know about the work of big data or different kind of data. So again, this training is not about big data. Okay, but my point here is data is huge. Okay, and more data is keep on coming, right? It will impact your IO performance. Okay, so your physical hardware, it help you some at some level, but after this you again facing the issue of delay, that is called latency. So we don't like latency, we want to minimize the latency. It's called low latency, we want to do it. Okay, so how how we can minimize this? Okay, so here guys, it is again the complete game of game of planning, a game of management. Okay, how you organize your data. That makes a lot of sense, guys. Just changing and organize the way you store data. Speed same, hard disk same, data size same. Just organize your data in some format and some way. Okay, the entire game change, the entire speed change or performance change. Just same data. I'm asking to delete some data, but just organize the data in some format. Okay, and and guys, that is known as data model. So it is all about how you are modeling your data. We'll talk more about model. There's a core concept of any database in the world, right? So if you guys pick any database like MongoDB or Cassandra or Redis or Neo4j or MySQL or Oracle or whatever database you know, okay, the first thing that we should think and work on, what is the data model of this database. Because data model decide how to use this database in the best way, and what is the main purpose to use this database. Not every database for meant for everything. Okay, for particular use case we have different data, for different use case we have different data, for so different kind of data we have different database I'm talking about. Okay, so everybody has a different way and planning and organized part. So what I'm talking about, don't worry, that is a main topic for this class. So we'll discuss that. So it is not like this. If you go to previous world, right, the way we are organized data, it is very typical and same way. That's called structured way, that is called SQL way. So now these days are gone. I'm not saying SQL gone. Okay, but now first we try to understand our use case, what kind of data we have and what kind of thing we want to do and what kind of operation we want to do on the data. Accordingly we change our data model, and accordingly we change our way we organize the thing. Okay, so requirement to requirement, uh, the way we want to use the data is called manipulate the data, it changed. So our data model change. So that is the reason we have a, nowadays you see guys, there's tons and hundreds of databases we have. Okay, but because every database is solving some kind of things. What I mean by this, maybe guys right now you're not able to understand, but in half an hour the way I'm going to explain you, you come to know what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, and that is the reason now the way of managing the data is being changed, and that are now come into the category of no SQL. First of all guys, no SQL means not no SQL, and is not only SQL. So it is far better than SQL. So what SQL will do, they will do, plus they will have some extra capabilities what SQL want to provide to you. So no SQL is just a concept. In today's, in 1 hour, you guys come to know what is no SQL. In half an hour, you come to know what MongoDB and what data model will do for you. Okay, so just keep one thing in the mind before I start MongoDB. Just keep one thing in the mind that mostly, okay, whatever database we want to use, our main focus area would be to increase the performance. Okay, to low down the latency. That is a one of the key we have to think of. Okay, before we start any of the database. Other facility also they have that we will discuss one by one. Okay, but this is one of the key we have to keep in mind. Okay, so let me start, guys. Right now, what is NoSQL? I haven't discussed in detail what a data model and what MongoDB is doing for you. So, but in the simple term, I can say MongoDB is a NoSQL database. Why? We'll discuss in a minute. And what is NoSQL? You come to know. Okay, one more term I want to tell you guys here. In the database world, okay, whatever data you store, data is known as data only. But data, guys, we always store in a file. Typically, guys, in the database world, file is normally denoted with a term called table. And folder, where we can keep lots of files and a lot of table, folder are known as a database. Okay, so just anybody who don't know anything about database, so I just want to refer this term. So table means where we keep the data, folder where we have multiple tables. Let's go database. So this is a very common term we use in database world. So now, guys, let's start MongoDB. And by explaining the MongoDB, you come to the power and extra power of the MongoDB. Plus, you also understand what is data model and the NoSQL part. By the meantime, I start MongoDB. If you guys want to follow along with me in the practicals of this MongoDB, so you should require MongoDB software. So again, software is, they have a community version that is free. So what can you do? If you search for MongoDB download, okay, so we will get this link. If you see in the top, there's a try community. It is a community version of MongoDB. From here, you can download the software. So if you click here, so here they ask you to download a community version that is free. So whatever, guys, we want in the MongoDB, almost all the feature you can find in this version of MongoDB. Okay, so based upon the OS, so this software, guys, available in almost all the operating system in Windows, Mac, Linux, Red Hat Linux, Debian Linux. So wherever, guys, you want to install this software, just select your OS. I want to run this software in my current system, that is Windows. Okay, and I'm going to use the latest version of the software, 4.4.5. This is the latest version, and I'm downloading MSF file, is a installer file, so I can double click and install the software. Just download, and and the software will download it. So I don't think some MBs in size, 200 maybe something MB size software. So by the meantime, guys, I'm explaining the further concept. Just go and download this software. So I'll show you how to install it. Okay, and if you have a Mac and Linux, same way, just go and select and download this particular software. Okay, so that I can do lots of demos and practical today. Okay, but guys, almost everything about MongoDB, why is a document database, why is distributed, what is indexing, what is aggregation, almost everything I'm going to cover in this in this workshop, right? And why it is called flexible document model. Everything we're gonna cover with the practical and the hands-on and with the proper use cases also. Okay, so almost all the main feature of MongoDB we're gonna cover. Okay, and so let me start, guys, with the concept called MongoDB. And guys, normally we follow one pattern. We follow one pattern in our workshop. So we have one break in between. So before the break and before we conclude every day, I'll open the Q&A 2 times. So any question that you have till that topic, you guys can ask me. So I'm not checking any Q&A. Just I suggest focus on the content and the way I'm delivering, so you can get the actual idea of MongoDB. Okay, and it is not only about MongoDB. The way I'm going to explain you, it also give you open our concepts, so that any new database come up, let's say Cassandra or let's say HBase, any new database come up, you automatically understand the why this new database we have or different database we have. Okay, the command may be different, the way we organize will be different, but you'll at the base level you understand why we have a different database and what those will somehow what facility these guys will provide for you. So it is MongoDB workshop, but a lot of other information guys you also get over here, because I almost work in all the databases from Cassandra to Redis to Neo4j, so Giraffe maybe. So technically, I'm not saying everybody's same, everybody's solving different use case, but at a core level, the way they started, that's the reason I started with the term called performance. The main criteria would be the way we want to organize the database for IO performance is the key would be, and the focus area would be performance. This is one of the key. Otherwise, we have some more feature to be discussed on. So let me start, guys, with the MongoDB. So what I'm doing here, I'm starting with some kind of basic concept, and slowly this concept will uh, slowly explain you some powerful concept what MongoDB uh, provide, and then you come to know what is MongoDB. So uh, let's say we have my company management has some plan, and they want to launch some campaign, and in the campaign the management team has decided in this campaign we will collect some information about the users or the public guys. So what they decided, let's say we want to get everybody name, so we want to get everybody phone number, so that we can further remarketing on those mobile number or WhatsApp number. And let's get some more thing, let's get the city name also, from which city they belongs to, and every person will provide some ID or serial number. Okay, so they have some requirement, and according the management decide, let's collect this 4 different fields or information about the user. Why they decide this 4? Because the whatever campaign they have, that 4 information they require. Why they require city? So that my company is big, so I can hand over this city wise data to my city head, okay, with the name and the contact number. So they will have a telecaller, so they start calling on this number what a product we want to sell in the future. So they start marketing, they start advertising, and they start collecting these 4 information. But you know what, guys, whenever you plan whenever you plan, uh, obviously by management team, but as a planning stage, okay, and we go in the real world, that's called deployment stage or execution stage, it won't work the way we think always. I can say 99.9% planning is always go haywire. Okay, it never work in the same way, the way we thought, right, in our cabin or in our company, that it should work in this way. It never work in this way. What I mean by this, let me start from here. Let's say we go to uh, first person, and let's say we collect the name, let's say Vimal. We will provide their mobile number. They provide, for example, I belong to Jaipur as a city, I provide my number, and company said this is the first person we meet, we give this name number 1. Okay, because if some other user also have a same name, so we will use this ID to differentiate or this number to differentiate. So we are trying to give a unique number here. So we again collect some more information. Let's say Chris, 222, this guy belong to Mumbai. Let's say we can find one more person, 333. Let's say Jack, we unique number 3, and this guy, let's say from Delhi. I'm taking all city name from India only. Most probably you guys are from different countries also, but these are the cities name of India. I belong to India, so I'm very comfortable with these names. Okay, so that's all, guys. Till here, everything working good the way we wanted. But now, you know what happened? Okay, what happened? Before this, I move ahead. Let me give some terminology here, so you guys you can sync with me. Those who are very new in this database world. So terminology would be something like this. Okay, For example, right now, guys, this is pure Excel sheet. Okay, Excel sheet, but here we are using this Excel sheet to organize our data. And the way we organize the data in this way, now it is everyone choice how they want to organize. Maybe somebody say, I want to organize in this one Vimal comma 1111 comma Jaipur. Somebody can organize the data in this way also. So everybody can organize, these are the data in any of the way or any of the form. So but in my case, I am saying this is my data and I want to manage the my structure of data in this way, and typically it is known as data structure. So my structure would be like this, where I know this is Excel sheet and this is one of the column. So I'll store unique thing per column. Okay, so this is the one of the column. So this column will store only city. Why? We have a good discussion on this point in some minute. But we want to organize our data unique or same kind of data in per column wise. So these are the column, and every column will give a name. So these are the name, city, phone, this thing. So these are known as column name, and sometimes it's also known as a field. So these are the field name. Okay, and this part here. Okay, this thing is the information about that user. So these are known as information, sometimes also known as tuple or tuple, and sometimes it's also known as a record. So these are the records we have, and we have total 4 field. Okay, and this entire box here is normally known as, in the database world, is known as table. Okay, and so you can think one Excel sheet, this sheet here is one table. We can add one more sheet, we can put different data with different planning, so this will be different table, and all this table, all the sheet we can store in one folder, and that folder is known as database. Database. So database, then table, inside table we have this field. Now it is your choice how you want to organize. Okay, so it's based upon your use case and the requirement. What I mean by this, I will explain you in a minute what I'm talking about. But this is the way I'm going to explain you right now. But this way look very much familiar, because this is a very common way we normally organize our personal data also. Okay, so guys, here what we did, we make, if you guys say if the management say no, we are not flexible, we are not flexible, if we go to a person's, we have to collect name, phone number, and city. Okay, this 3 field we have to collect, or serial number might be we collect or we'll add by ourselves, because we know what is the last number. So 3, so we have to add 4 from our side. But this 4 field we have to put uh, in our table or in our database, so we can use this because this is a minimum requirement we have. So technically, this concept, I can give a term here. So because you plan your data and you say you need name, you need phone number, and you need city, and you say I just need these 3 things and only these 3 things. Okay, so I'm very much I am very much constrained about this. So technically, this concept also you can use a term called schema. So this is my schema, my plan. Okay, whatever data I want to add in my table. So these are the information I need, and this is because this is my planning or this is my schema. Okay, so I need this. But technically, okay, technically now the world and the way we use and where we have the data and where we collect the data, if you constrain with your plan, means you want this, you just want phone number only, it never work in this way, the way I want to explain to you, right? Okay, because at the time of planning you think I need a phone number. Okay, and you say my planning, my schema need phone number, but you know what happened, the the reality is very different. Let me take one example here. When you move and to the fourth user and say say can you tell me your name, this guy say my name is Tom, can you tell your phone number? Technically, let's say here phone number, I mean to say mobile number. You know what happened? This guy said, no, I don't have any mobile number. Now here you guys stuck, because this guy say, I don't have any mobile number. Okay, so but this may be my important customer. So we'll ask, rather than say, okay, if you don't have a mobile number, now you're not become my customer. So obviously it's not good for the company, right? So obviously company want to give extra facility and flexibility and ask, can you tell me what you have? How can we contact? So this guy say, I have the landline. I have the number. You can connect all there. Okay. Now challenge guys here is, in the phone number, we might can do WhatsApp, right? But in landline, we can't do we can't do any WhatsApp here. This is a landline number, right? Okay, so on a landline, or we can only call. So for this, if I can type my landline number here, for example, this one. Okay, for this, what we have to do, right? Here we stuck because the company management thing, they will collect the phone number only, but this guy don't have, but we can't, because some wrong planning of the company, because of my management, I don't want to miss this lead or this customer that might be customer for me, or potential customer for me. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, this way you organize your database. Not only database, I'm talking about the schema, means the field name that you decided. You won't have flexibility on this schema. Flexible means, if on the fly somebody say, no, I don't have this one, but I have a landline number. So while collecting this data, you should have, guys, again, I'm repeating this term, very important term, while collecting this data, while collecting this data, okay, you have flexibility. Okay, as soon as you saving the data, that's called insert a data. It is also known as saving the data or writing the data. Okay, you should have flexibility provided by your database product. Okay, and flexible something like this, on the fly, while saving or writing or inserting. Okay, we can add one more field, depend what information they want to add extra or give extra. Okay, so if you go for schema normally means a fixed plan. All right, I'm not flexible. Okay, and this fixed plan, guys, you stuck by this simple example here. But now Tom say, I have a landline number and this is my landline number, do connect or this number. So we should have a flexibility. So on the fly, we can add one more column name or the field name, or on the fly, we can change the schema. And guys, here, I can't use the word schema now, because schema normally means we have fixed column names, and we have to stuck with this column name. If you want to store something extra, you can't. Maybe if somebody say, my name is Yash, I don't have mobile number, that's okay. I have a city name, let's say again Delhi, that's okay for us. I can make this field value null. The by default is null. That might be okay. The way you create a schema, maybe you can set the schema that phone number is compulsory. There's different point, but this will work. But yes and no, I have a landline number. So if you say now because I'm the schema world, okay, or I can use one more term here. Let me remove this line. I can remove one more term here, because the way I'm organizing the data is very structured, and because we planned for the structure, so I don't want to mess around with my structure. So we have only 4 columns to be collected. Okay, so guys, that's called structured data. And normally, guys, structured data is come under the umbrella of one term called SQL. Why SQL is a language, but normally it is called SQL kind. So when you guys say SQL kind, it means we're talking about structured data, and this means we're talking about schema, where you have a fixed plan, and only those field you can collect the information. But in today's world, every lead is important for me, every customer is important for me. We don't know what they will provide in the future. So we can't go for schema or SQL kind of world. or typical older world where we have fixed plan and accordingly we have to collect the data. Okay, so what we have to do, I say, Tom, you have land number, that's okay for me. I'm very flexible. I'm not strict with my schema. That's called no schema or schema free. So whatever information you give me for you only, right? On the fly, I add one more field called landline. And I add this information, and from wherever you are, I will update the city. Okay, so for Tom, guys, exclusively for the Tom, we have the landline number. Okay, let me take one more example here. We again meet to one more user. Let's say is Harry, and this guy say I am from from, let's say, Mumbai. Okay, and this guy by chance have no mobile number, no land number, but this guy say, maybe this is not logical here, but let's say we have fax number here. You can only fax me. Not logical, but I just randomly taking example. So for this we have to create some automatic one more field only for this guy, or maybe we have some more guys who have a land number, or some more guy who have fax number, so we'll add this fax number here. Okay, but if you have some guy here, for example, user one, this guy has mobile number also, this belong to some of the city also, this guy had landline number also, there might possibility this guy have both the thing. So technically I want to give a flexibility while arranging or creating the structure of our data. It's called data structure. Because we don't know what information they give, accordingly we have to feed it. We have to feed it, store it. So typically, guys, this concept is called no schema, or maybe you can say the word called schema less. Okay, so if you want to go for schema less, okay, so technically, if you want to go for schema less, so you have to store data in this format where I don't know what will be the next field my user gonna want to store. Okay, so if one of the users say, for example, user two, if I ask you or from which city you are, so they say I belong to two cities, maybe. Right, so the way I work, I have to work from both the cities. I stay in both the cities, sometime here, sometime here. So I don't have any fixed address, two cities. How can I store? So for these guys, maybe on the fly, either I have to update this name of the schema in city one, city two, or maybe I have to add one more extra field called city one and city two for this user, and say, hey, we are from let's say from Delhi, from Mumbai, two city you belong to. Okay, so entire new field come up, city one and city two, or maybe we can create some kind of list array here, the different way to organize. Okay, so technically, if you see, guys, these are the records. These are the records, and typically, guys, we have millions of customers, so millions of record we have. So it's very common, nothing very special here. Even though in Excel sheet also, guys, we can store thousands and millions of record over here. But it is not very common, right, to have n number of fields. And mostly the field is is per user basis or per record. For example, this user or this customer, this field exists, or this field might not exist with other customer. So if you go for your old typical databases, right, typical databases, so if you ask them, can you create this kind of structure for me, can you create this kind of schema for me, they say yes, we can also create one fax number as a part of your column name or schema name. But the challenge would be challenge here is only the Harry has the number, none of the customer has the number, so there's no meaning to unwanted have null all the fun. Second challenge is when new user come up, I don't know I don't know what extra information they want to feed here. Maybe this guy say, maybe I have one more city to store. Okay, let me say Bangalore. Okay, so we don't know. So while planning and the company management, uh, they never know, nobody never know what extra field, extra information they want to put. So we can't fix it. That's called, we can't go for schema. We have to go for schema less only, right? So, and we should be very much flexible. If new information come up, I have to add on the fly. So if you go for schema world, that's called SQL kind of world. That is also known as a traditional and older world, right? You will stuck or connecting on collecting this information. Okay, and by chance somehow you are so much great in planning, you know all the possible fields, so you can add, and you know, if you try to add, you will see in thousands and thousands field gonna come. Okay, street address, city address, postal code, somebody have, somebody not have, company name, first company name, second company name, what they like, which product they buy. You know, it's like a unlimited, it's like hundreds and millions of columns here. But not every record has all the things. So maybe you create all the millions of column here, but mostly you'll see null, null, null. So anybody who know about something in mathematics or data science world, so it is like a matrix, and it is what is known as sparse matrix, where everything is null, 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 and very limited data per column wise. So a sparse matrix is not sometimes good to have. So anybody who know, otherwise is not required here. So what can we do? So what is the solution? Solution, guys, is not a schema. We have to go for a schema less. This is one of the things we wanted. Okay, and because you want to go for schema less, means you don't want to go for SQL kind of world. So the next possibility would be, I want to go to a world where we can structure our data, okay, the way we want, the way we want. And right now, the way we want is, when this thing come up, I will add on the flow. It means, okay, my structure will be something like this only. I'm not changing in my structure, but the way we are going to store our data, the way we are going to store would be different. What I mean by this, okay, so rather than we create a table like this, where this piece again look like table, where we have where we have these columns look like table, and these are the column names and the records we have. So it look like a table, but technically, okay, we are going to store this information in little bit different way, in different format. How? At something like this. Now, because we know, we know, okay, let's talk about this fourth, and this is the one of the record, this is the one information about my customer. So I say your information is different, and information provided by the Harry is different, but for me both of you guys are my customers. Okay, so what I'll do, I will collect your information. Okay, and this information I store separately in my hard disk, obviously, and this information I will store separately in my store. Now there is no as such relation between this one and this one, even though we don't had only, but previously we both the schema is same, but now it's very different. So I'm organizing my data, right, my my data in such a way that I'll treat this guy as a separate record. And guys, here in the MongoDB world, record is not known as a record, this is known as document. So guys, whenever I use the term document in this training, I mean to say record, but technically this is not known as record, this is document. So for me, it is an independent document, this is independent document, this is independent document. And what I'll store in this document, whatever this guy provide me. So in this document, I will provide the name is user2, CT1 is Delhi, CT2 is Mumbai. That's all. 3 information in this document. The first document I store, username is Vimal, phone is this one, city is this one. So this is the one of the document. So if you have 1,000 user, 1,000 different document will create. But technically this document in our world is not a record. And all this document 1, document 2, document 3, I store in one file, Here in this SQL world, the file is known as table, but here in this world, especially I'm talking right now about MongoDB, in this world, table is known as collection. So when I say collection, I normally mean to table, but technically here it is known as collection of the document. Now, because every document is independent, so you are flexible, right? Whatever you want to add in that particular record or the document. Maybe Tom say, let's say user say, now I have two city, but in the future, I want to add some more information, maybe my fax number, I can add in this document. I want to add my country name, I can add my postal code. On the fly, I can keep on adding. I don't have to worry about other record because now this user has a separate document. Okay. And I don't have to worry about a fixed schema, whatever user want to add. There might be possibility. Some user want to use the phone as a field name. Some want to use mobile as a field name. Some want to use mobile number as a field name. That flexibility also you have. So, because we are storing every information in a document, and because now we are organizing our data in this way, one of the reason is because we want to go for schema free, because we don't know what information this user have. I want to collect almost all the information of the user, so my company gonna use it. So this is the way we are going to format our data, and that is called that is our data model. So the way we are going to model and manage and organize the data okay, in the MongoDB, right, is this one. So every record would be treated as a document. And because they are not record, typically, which means they have no fixed column names or field name, there's no fixed schema. So it's called schema free. So because of this nature, we can achieve schema free that I wanted in this use case. Okay. And the way we are organizing or creating this planning is called model of my data. That's called data model. So if you guys talk about do you have any product of database in the world who can give me schema free database? We have a lot. But do you have any product where we organize our data in document way, where every information is a one document, every record is a one document? That's called document oriented. So do you have any product who give me a flexibility of arranging and organizing or creating a data model in the form of document oriented, where we can have a proper flexibility the way I explained to you? So do you have any product for this one? And obviously these products are known as database products. So answer yes, we have a lot, but one of the very famous and very powerful product, they will give you some more flexibility that we will discuss in upcoming discussion. And name of this product is called MongoDB. MongoDB. And the base data model of MongoDB and how MongoDB work behind the scene and organize data in the document oriented. And that is a reason, if you see the page, they have a flexible document model. They are the document oriented database if you talk about the MongoDB. And this way, guys, they always mention that I am a document oriented. I'm not row oriented, I'm not column oriented, right? I'm document oriented. What I mean by this, row column, obviously right now we don't require this, but technically I think you understand what is a document oriented. So document equals to record, table equals to collection, and now we might have multiple files or multiple tables or multiple collections, and all the collection guys stored in one big folder, and folder guys here is also known as database only. The database only. Okay, so guys, this is some terminology we are going to use. So this is the one of the core feature of MongoDB. It is again the game of data modeling, means how we organize our data. If you go to older typical SQL world, their data model is fixed name, fixed column. Everybody has to provide these information only. You want to store something else, we don't support. If you want to try to provide, I'll give the error. I will give the exception. It won't work. Okay, so that is very static, hard coded. It's called SQL word. Okay, but here, okay, whatever SQL will provide, we can achieve. If you want to have, fix also name, font, city, I can go for it. So MongoDB say what SQL provide, I can provide same thing. Okay, but SQL provides schema world, I can go for same thing. But I can provide some more than this and extra facility than this. So that is the reason I come into category of no SQL. So I'm not only SQL, I have better than this, more flexibility than this. Okay, and if you have this kind of requirement, on the fly some column come up, so my model support this, so I have better feature and more feature than SQL. So that's called no SQL. So as nowadays our database is divided in two part, SQL world or no SQL world. Anybody who know Oracle or MySQL or MariaDB or PostgreSQL or SQLite, they are the database product name. Come into SQL world where we have to create a table. And guys, if you know, when you create a table, you have to give a column name. There is called schema. It's fixed. You can't store anything else apart from that column name. But if you go to no SQL world, okay, so again, no SQL world, guys, big one, right? We have a graph database, we have key value database, we have column oriented database, we have document database. Based upon the requirement to requirement, according to this requirement that I'm talking about right now. Okay, so for this we have to go for a document oriented database that come, because they are flexible the way, because as per our requirement, as per our use case, we created this. And whenever, guys, you create any database as per the use case, this is the use case I'm talking about, then those databases come into the category of no SQL. You can think in this way. But if you requirement change, we have very different kind of requirement we have. One requirement may be something like this. And if you go to LinkedIn, we have a connection 1, connection 2, connection 3. So there, these information we store, guys, in very different kind of format. That's called different model. They are known as graph database. So for their requirement, we create a very different kind of database, different kind of model. MongoDB don't help you there. MySQL don't help you there. So they are known as graph database. So because for that use case, very different kind of database, very different kind of planning we had created. So that database also come into the category of NoSQL. So the simple term NoSQL means as per the requirement, how we organize the data. So we can store all the data, but not only store, we can very easily manage, and not only manage, we have a high performance. right? And we save a lot of memory and storage also. Okay, so if this key, if you think in the mind, so my my when I'm collecting data and when I'm using data, let's call data data manipulation maybe, right? For according to your requirement, according to requirement, you have to think how you want to use this. For example, right now I want to use every record separately. When Harry came, Harry come, I say, Harry, what do you want to store as a fax number? I say I can store for. So the future, if I want to see retrieve the information Harry, I can very quickly go to only the document of Harry. I can retrieve very quickly. I don't have to go to every row here and search for this. So maybe you have to search. That's a different point. But Harry has a different document. So now Harry will decide. They keep on adding, a lot of information, keep updating. So it's an independent document for Harry. So this data model, we want this. that is the we give the name called documented, and because they're different model, so we come into the category of no SQL world. When I start doing this practical, you guys become more comfortable what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is, guys, one of the powerful feature of a document oriented database, and the product name is called MongoDB. So let me start with the practical. Let me show you how can you create a database. Inside the database, how can you create a collection, and inside the collection, how can you store multiple records, technical known as document LC. You will be see very flexibility over there. There's no big challenge here. Okay, so this is one thing. By chance, guys, we are into into the database training or workshop, I can say, but I have some extra bonus plan for you. That is, I will also show you guys how to integrate database with your programming language. So these extra things is not there in the agenda, but I want to show you so guys you have a actual idea what is going on. Because normally database we don't use directly. Right now we are using directly to to feed it and how it work, but typically we always use database with our app. Maybe a mobile app, maybe web app, maybe desktop app, and this app always create in a language, upon guys which language you want to use. You want to use Spring Boot, Java, Spring Boot framework, Python, PHP, Ruby, right? Which language, or maybe Node.js, or JavaScript, maybe. Okay, which language you want to use. So this will be your choice, depending upon app, which app you use. But you should know how your programming language can interact with your database. Here I am talking about MongoDB. Can and go and store data and go and read the data and do some more thing. So this demo I will show you, and the approach, the way I'm going to show you. So if I explain it in one language, same approach if you can use in other language, whatever you know, same approach you can use there. So I believe guys, most of guys here are very much comfortable with Python. Okay, so guys, again I'm repeating, this is not part of this training or workshop, and you guys might don't know Python, doesn't matter. Just try to understand the concept when explaining this demo. My motto would be, I am going to show you how we can integrate Python with a MongoDB. Okay, but the way I'm going to explain you, exactly same logic will happen on Node.js also, Spring Boot also, Java means I'm talking about, and other framework also. So logic would be same. So you can use your respective language to try to do this demo in the future. that I'll show you today, maybe. But before this, let me first explain you, make you comfortable with the MongoDB, their own personal commands. So MongoDB has the own command to create everything, and you can use MongoDB command to do everything. Okay, but we don't use command directly. This command we are learning because we want to learn MongoDB. But typically in the real world, we always interact database with our app. So front end would be always app, backend is normally MongoDB. So this extra information I will show you in the future discussion, maybe today or maybe tomorrow, depend upon the flow, and I'll show you how it works. Okay, so let's guys go and install MongoDB. So installing MongoDB is so simple, nothing very complex here. So give me 1 minute, guys. Let me stop sharing. Okay, I already downloaded the MongoDB, and I already installed MongoDB in my system. Okay, because installing is so simple, so nothing. I don't want to invest the time here on installing the MongoDB, but I created a screenshot of how to install the MongoDB. So nothing special, but if you want to check the screenshot also, you can check this one. Okay, so this is the guys Google Drive. I'll share this Google Drive to you. There you find this file. So guys, if you want to install MongoDB in Windows, pretty simple, double click, this kind of a screen come up. Click next, 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 and done. Right, so nothing very special here. Click next, and MongoDB will install successfully. Okay, only thing that you have to do after you install MongoDB in Windows. So normally guys, MongoDB is installed in a folder C drive. In the C drive, they install in a program file here in a folder called MongoDB, and in the folder called server, in the folder called whatever version you have. So here guys, MongoDB installed, and MongoDB has their own personal commands. So they are into the bin folder. These are the command of MongoDB that we're going to use soon. So we got here MongoDB installed. So what you have to do, you know where the MongoDB is installed. Just go and copy this particular path and set in your environmental variable. So you don't have to come to this folder again and again. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to create one extra document here. Here, and all the things that I'm going to do right now and all the diagram that I created here, I will share in this document, guys. So go to this folder, okay, and copy this thing. Same thing, guys, in Mac and Linux also. When you download something, they will give you a zip file or archive file. Double click it, extract in Windows, sorry, in Linux and Mac. And wherever you extract, go to inside this, you can find bin folder and go to your Linux and Mac, and you can set the path there. That's all. So same thing in all the OS. Okay. So just go to and search for env. You'll find this environmental variable, also known as path. Click here. Click on the path on the top. There's an option called edit and add here. I already added. They click on new and add. So that's the only thing you do. Why I'm doing this? So I don't have to go to this folder again and again. Okay, to run MongoDB. Because technically, if you talk about the MongoDB, MongoDB is a database, or in the simple term, I can say MongoDB is a database server because they're serving something to you. And if you want to interact with the database to do something, create something, retrieve something, you will become a client that is called database client. Okay, and MongoDB server, and every server is also program behind the scene. So name of the program that run behind is called MongoD, is a command or the program. So if you see, guys, here, this is the command they give to you. But if you want to use the MongoDB, you have to connect, and for connecting also you need a program or the command. It's called client command, and the client command is known as Mongo, not D, Mongo. So this command is also stored here. And normally, guys, we have to use Mongo command again to connect with the MongoDB. Anybody who know MySQL? So like, in MySQL, we use MySQL command to connect. Something like this. Here we use Mongo command to connect. So I don't have to go here again and again. So I set this path already. It means I can open my command terminal and I can use Mongo command anywhere and hit enter. It will connect to my server because I have the path. Otherwise, when you run this, well, for example, I'm writing wrong command intentionally. So they give you this error, this command not available. It means your path is not set. If a path set, if I hit enter, this error doesn't come and I connect it to MongoDB. Okay, but anybody who are in Mac and Linux, so you have to do one more extra thing in Mac and Linux. You have to run this command. When you run this command, then it to start Mongo DB server in Mac and in Linux. In Windows, you don't require, because when you install Windows, when you install MongoDB software, they will start MongoDB behind the scene. So right now, guys, in my case, MongoDB server is running behind the scene as a server. So in Windows, you don't have to start this. You just connect and do it. So technically, you want to use MongoDB, so simple, nothing complex here. If you talk about Windows, double click and it will install, and that's all. You have to just connect and use it. Okay, so let me start from here, and now I don't have to go to this folder. Okay, and let me close this also. So now I open my Windows command prompt, and if you want to connect to MongoDB, so command is mo. Enter, and now, guys, here you are connected to MongoDB. Connecting is done. That is when this message come up. This means you are connected. There's some kind of warning they give you about your disk and you other thing that is not at all important for us right now. But if you guys see in the last, you can see this prompt. This is called MongoDB prompt, where you can go and write all the MongoDB internal command, or I can say database command. It is also known as SQL command of MongoDB. So let me start, guys, one by one and writing the command. how we can do this. So based upon the planning, okay, first we have to create a databases. Okay, database here. So so before we create database, guys, the command called show dbs. It will show you all the database that is available by default. So these are some internal or pre available database that MongoDB provide for you for something we might discuss in the future if we need this database. But I want to use my database. Now, interesting thing is in the MongoDB is right. They will create a database on the fly. Okay, so there is guys command called use in other database also. If you guys ever work, the use is a way command in other database where if database already created, then you can use it. But here guys, I'm going to use a database with the name, for example, Linux one. Guys, just in one command, if this database is not available, first use command will create this database on the fly, then they go inside this database. Let's go switch this database. So in one command, both the thing happen. You can see, guys. So it's not showing you. Use. Let me create LWDB. Let me come out. Why they are not showing you? Show DBS. Use. It should come up. Let me create some collection. Maybe after collection they will come. But when I use this, automatically this database they created, they might be showing here because I haven't created any collection. So this command will do two things. On the fly, they create this database. Second thing, they go inside this database. So technically, I'm inside this. So I created a database with the name of Linux world. You can give any name. A database like a folder. So we create a folder and use will take me. The use will do two things. They create a folder plus they take me inside the folder. But now inside this folder, I don't have any collections here. So there's a command called show collections. So I don't have a collections here. Technically, I don't have files or tables here. So how to create the collection? So I say wherever I am in. So guys, DB is a pre-keyword of MongoDB. It represents wherever you are right now. I'm inside this database. So guys, here, this is also a way to check. So this command will tell you that wherever you are right now. So I'm inside this folder or this database. So inside this database, I want to create a collection. That's all. Means I want to create a table. So the error come up. Obviously, guys, if you want to create a table, you have to give a table name or collection name. So let's say the collection name would be a test collection, just for I'm creating, just for checking. The message come, okay, everything good. And if you use show collection, you can see one table or one collection create. Collection is a table like this Excel sheet. Inside this collection, we are going to add lots of data. Now, maybe now if you see DBS, you can see this will come up because at least one collection we got to come in this command. Okay, so pretty straightforward, nothing very complex here. Interesting thing come, guys, when you start storing your data in this collection. Because when you start storing any data in the collection, in the typical world, it is known as record, but here it is not a document. But if you guys notice one thing, if you guys ever work in any databases, so while creating the table, here's co collection, we have to define the field names and their data type. But guys, here I directly create the collection. I haven't defined which field I have in this table and the data type. I haven't defined because this is schema free. Okay, per document I have to define. Okay, so let me guys explain you how to create a document. So what I'm going to do, in this database current where I'm in right now, or you can give your database name directly also Linux world dot, but maybe use because I already in this database Linux world, I can use this variable called DB and say inside this database, okay, inside this collection, okay, I want to add some data I want to add a record. I want to add a document. This is called insert. Okay. And while inserting, okay, I'll decide I want to insert a name field. Okay. Then the value of name field, let's say, and I'm putting guys this in the curly braces. So guys, this syntax is very important. I will invest a lot of time here in a minute about explaining you this syntax. Without understanding this syntax, it is impossible to work on MongoDB. What is the syntax all about? I'm coming in a minute. But technically, I'm going to store name a Vimal, and plus I want to store some more thing. Let's say I want to store phone number here. Okay, let's say phone number is 111. Okay, so don't worry guys about this syntax. I invest a huge time in a minute about this syntax. That's all. You can see guys, result right means have done a write operation and one document we have inserted. So inside this particular table, now we have one document. And how you know we have done document? Simple. I can go to my current database. Inside it, I go to my this table inside table and say, can you show me all the document you have? You know, like in other database, we have a select star from table command, if you know. But here we have a find command. So find is like it same like select star from table, or insert is something like insert into command. If you know other database. If you hit enter, they show you these are the record that you have here. So we have a separate document. For example, if I create one more document here, let's say this you say I don't have mobile number, I have a landline. Okay, I have a city one. My city, let's say Jaipur. So very different record. I'm adding here. Let's say my name is Jack. Okay. Now if again find, so I say in one table, in one collection, these guys have very different field names. This guy has a very different field name, or because everybody has a different field name in one table. So I can say they are schema free. There is no fixed schema. It's very flexible. That's what exactly we wanted here. Okay, we wanted here. So technically, okay, this is one table collection have a multiple column, multiple sorry rows, technically known as document. Okay, and now we have hundreds and millions of document on inside this collection. But before guys, I explain you further thing, right? I explain further thing. I have to first explain you about this syntax. Because if you want to do anything in MongoDB, either you want to insert, you want to search, find, read, update, delete. Okay, they only follow this syntax. Just for example, you don't have to worry about, let's say we have a lot of uh, document here. I don't want to print all my requirement. I want to search. I want to search only those documents where the name is Vimal. Again, find command we can use, hit enter. Now they search only the document where we have name Vimal. They don't search. So technically, either you add something, you search or read something. Okay, this is the syntax we have to use in MongoDB. So if you don't comfortable with this syntax, so you won't able to do anything in the MongoDB. So I want to invest my first time first here, then we'll move. We'll come back to this screen. But I want to show you one more small card, nothing very very complex here. So what I'm going to do, if you want to drop this table, there's a command function called drop. So this will delete this particular collection here, right? And if you want to drop the database, so right now you are in the same database. So I can say drop my database. So now this database drop means they remove. Okay, so pretty simple guys. I want to clean this environment. And now if you run so dbs, now we don't have lw data available. So again, we have go back to the same phase where I was. So it's a clean new MongoDB database. Okay, so now, but at least you know this is the prerequisite for MongoDB, whatever you want to do here. So what this syntax is all about. So technically, guys, this syntax in the real world is known as JSON. Okay, so MongoDB guys accept information only in a format of JSON format or in the JSON style. So if you don't know what is JavaScript object notation format, even though they're so simple, but if you don't know this format, thing won't work. So let me give 5 or 10 minutes on JSON. Pretty simple. Then we'll come back to this screen and do further more thing. Okay. So let me start, guys. What exactly JSON is. So let's say now let's say we have a requirement and I want to store. Let me write in Notepad. Okay, so my requirement is we want to collect from somewhere name of somebody, then I have to collect my mobile number of the somebody. These are the requirement we have. Okay, now understand one thing, guys. As extra knowledge I'm discussing to you. Okay, it's something like this. Let's say this is the one computer you have, and this is an independent second computer and OS you have. Both guys are connected via network. So let's say this IP1, IP2, both guys are connected over the network. You guys might know one thing: two computers can't communicate to each other, right? We have to run a program. So program on IP1 can only communicate to program on IP2. Programs can communicate to each other. To each other. Now, if I want this program will communicate to this guy, obviously they have to transfer some information or the data. And let's say they want to transfer a data, this one. Okay, name. For example, they want to transfer data called Vimal, and they want to transfer a mobile number called 111. So my program say I will put this data in network packet and I'll transfer here. And so this program gonna use this. So now the challenge, guys, here is how this program come to know, okay, what is Vimal and what is 111. What is the name? They don't know. 111 is the name or Vimal is a mobile number. So how this program come to know which part of this data and which word in this data is name and which one is phone number. According they have to use, for example, they want to retrieve the phone number to do SMS. So that is the reason, guys, it is compulsory in anywhere, in any of the program, that whenever you want to pass any value, always associate a value with a variable like name, with a variable like say here 4. In this world, this variable is normally known as key, and this is obviously known as value. It's called key value. And then transfer this entire box here. And we'll tell this program already, whenever you have any key name come up, retrieve this value, that would be your name. And when a key phone come up, retrieve this value, phone, there's a phone number, retrieve it and use the phone number the way you want to use. So this is your key value. Okay, so guys, in everywhere, right, you have to use key and the value. Use the key I have explained to you. Okay, now second thing is here is now how this program is sending this key value. Either can send name equals to Vimal, or they can send name space equals to Vimal, or they can send name colon space Vimal. So how they send this value? They can send anywhere, right? They might send in this format also. But you as a different computer altogether, you sending this value in this format where you have equal to in between. But to say what you said as send to me, I don't understand this format. I don't know what equal to here. I'm a different program, different company. I don't know this format altogether. Okay, because you are a different company, this is a different company. And so that is the reason, guys, because it's very common to transfer data from here and there in a key value pair between different program, different company. For example, from here I send to Google, Twitter. So they say, what you're sending, I don't know. So that is the reason, guys, in the market, we created a standard to a standard for the world. If anybody over the network or internet want to transfer any information in a key value pair that we want, always just use one standard. Okay, and we'll transfer this data in that standard. So standard would be something like this. Okay. Okay, whenever you want to send key value pair, you have to use colon, then space, then here column and the space, and because there are two value, after this put the comma. Because name is the key, so put the name in the double quotes. Where Vimal is a string, put the Vimal in the double quotes. Number is a number, is an integer, don't put in the double quote. Key is normally in the string format, stored in the string format. So use this format. Okay, so because everybody support this format, so if from my company, if I transfer the data to IP2, they also understand this format. But to tell them this is the one information, that's all. So you can start this information in this way with curly braces and end with curly braces. So by telling this thing, you are telling to somebody that my information start from here or and till here. Whatever I'm passing, it is a one single information or one single. Maybe here I can use the word called one single document I am passing to you. Okay, passing to you. So this particular format, guys, what I have right here, this format is a standard in the market, and the name of this format is called JSON, JavaScript Object Notation. So technically, because now it is very much standard in the market, all programming language, everybody, every app, every API, if you know, they know JSON. And because JSON is so much standard market, and that power MongoDB use behind us. So MongoDB say, because JSON is already very common in the market, everybody knows JSON. So let's take the power of JSON. Okay. So I also start accepting JSON only. Okay, so because in the programming world, programmer is very much comfortable JSON. So if they want to use MongoDB and they want to learn MongoDB, so whatever JSON data they have already, they know already, they're coming already, as it is they put in my MongoDB, I will store in my database. And that exactly I have written here. This is the exact format: curly start, close, key value pair, then comma, key value pair, then comma, and key value pair. This is exactly what I write here. The good thing is, like, but in other database, if you want to store something, you have to use their format. So MongoDB say, I'm not coming with my own personal format to store the database to read and write. Okay, whatever is standard in the market, I'm not changing because you guys are already comfortable. Just use the same format on the top of me, and I will store in the same format. Okay, in any form, maybe on to insert, read, and write. We'll talk more about this. But to be comfortable, guys, in JSON, because maybe if you guys are new in JSON, you guys might do some syntax error also. So, guys, there are a lot of JSON interpreter in the market, right? If I search JSON formatter, you can find lots of formatter of JSON in the market. So it's good. This is a good way to study JSON also. So we click here. So click here. Okay, and now what I'm doing here, I'm copying this data over here. And if I click on validate, instead of the top, they come option called valid JSON. It means the code that you write in the JSON is right. But if you remove the comma here, this might be wrong syntax. If you click on the validate, you can get error. So these are tools we have, guys. So we can use this tool to validate before we put something in MongoDB or something else or somewhere else. This is one thing. One more thing I want to tell you about, guys, about JSON is that very useful. Maybe, guys, you have one single, you have more information like this. So you can create same block one more time. Here, change the name. Let's say this name is Jack and mobile number is 2. Okay, and maybe I kept copy one more time. Here, let's say the name is Tom, and here we don't have phone number. Let's say we have a city name. Let's say city is Jaipur. Okay, so for the JSON is a one block, second information, third information. But for the MongoDB, anything start in curly braces and close in curly braces. For the MongoDB, it is a one record or it is a one document. So for MongoDB perspective, is a different document, different document, different document. So 3 document or 3 record we have. Or because we have 3, so it is a list. So the JSON guys, you have to start square bracket and end with square bracket. So if you have more than one information or element or document or record, it become a list. Or maybe you can use the word called array. Or normally guys in the array, okay, this is the one record, then we put comma. This is one record, then we put comma. So now we have a list of 3 items or 3 documents. And to check the syntax, again, I copy this one and post here, validate, again, no error, and everything is working good. Okay, this is also right. Or maybe we can do some more thing here. Right now, the phone is a variable, one is a value. Maybe we must say I have 2 mobile number. I can put comma here and 222. Okay, and because with 2 values, so normally guys in the language also we put everything in the array. It's called this. So Vimal has phone, but phone has 2 values. I put this guy in the list. Okay, so again, let me check the syntax. Paste, validate, again, no error. But maybe there might possibility. We will say this is my primary mobile number. This is my secondary number. Always try this mobile number, then try this mobile number. So what can we do? Okay, so normally if you create a list, list will the way it work in other language also. So this has a position 0, this has a position 1. So it's really harder to tell anything in the position 1 or index 0 position 0 has a primary mobile number, and index 2 index 1 has a secondary mobile number. Or if you can do something like this, I can write here, this is my primary. This I'm just giving some random name here. And this is the secondary mobile number. Try this mobile number first. If I'm not visible, then try this. Okay, so that now this looks better. So if somebody want to contact Vimal, and if they want to contact mobile number, so they check, do you have primary mobile number? Yes, I will try this. Otherwise, I will try this. So it is also guys, whenever you have key value pair, you always put guys key value pair in a curly brace. Okay, so it's like curly brace inside curly brace. It's like nested. Nested. Okay, but in the MongoDB, if you have curly brace in the curly braces, this nested is also known as embedded. Okay, so let me write here. So in the MongoDB, this kind of curly braces inside curly braces is normally is known as nested, but in the MongoDB it is known as embedded. Okay, because anything that you have in the curly brace start and curly braces close, MongoDB perspective, it is a one document. And right now what you're doing guys, this is the main document. Inside this document, you're creating one more document. So then they say it is a nested or the embedded document. Again, guys, this is very common use case while storing a schema less data. I'll show you multiple example on this. Okay, let me copy this to just check the JSON syntax, because MongoDB work on JSON. There's no error. So this is database guys. This is the JSON data we have created. So go to MongoDB again, website. Okay, and if you see, they are talking more about it store data in JSON like format. Okay, so I'm a document database, but we store in JSON. So JSON is everyone is very much comfortable with JSON. Guys, this is one of the example. They given as example, something we write here, like curly braces inside curly braces. Then we have something as a hobbies, multiple hobbies you might have. So this example they have given here. Okay, so MongoDB guys work in this JSON, and these are the main concept of the JSON that I explained to you. So if you know JSON already, if you don't know, this is the explanation I given to you. That is more than enough to know about the JSON. Okay, so this is one thing. Now, if you want to create this document in the MongoDB, how can you do? So now it's so simple. What I do, there's a command called CLS to clean the screen. Okay, I don't have a database created by me, so I'm going to create a new database. Again, I'm using Linux world. I'm inside this database. Inside this database, guys, I'm going to create information about my customer. Okay, guys. So, guys, if you want to create a collection, there's two way. Either you can use the command create collection, or or if you want to create a collection on the fly, just give your collection name, and as soon as you insert first data, okay, if this collection is not available, they automatically create for you. So now there's two choices. Either you can create a collection with this command that I will show to you. Create collection and give the name customer. Okay, it will first create, then start inserting. Or MongoDB say, if you want to insert something, if a collection name is not available, for example customer, I will create this collection or the table on the fly. So it's also, guys, the one dynamic nature of the MongoDB. So what I'm going to do, I am going to insert a new document. But right now, guys, I have a huge document here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm removing this last parenthesis. Let me copy this data. The JSON I already tested what is syntax is right. I paste my data here. One more time, guys. I just click enter there. One minute. So db dot customer dot insert. I paste my data, and last I that close this one. This insert is function. I start here, I close here, enter. That's all. And now they are very clear. They say result right, or you wrote right only one row or one document. You write multiple documents, so it's a bulk right. And 3 document you inserted. Guys, if you count here, there's 3, because anything you start in curly braces, close in curly braces, it is one document, one document, one document. This also document, but this document is inside this bigger one. So they are the embedded. Technically, this is one document we have inserted. Okay, so they are very clear. 3 document we have inserted here. Okay, let me share this command to you. Now, if you want to search, now same thing. So you can see search, sorry, you can see show collections, how many tables we have, customer. I want to read this table. So in my current database, this is the uh, collection we have. Just help me to find all the data you have. Enter. Now, guys, this is they find 3 different document over here, and everybody has a different schema. So I can't use the word schema, because schema always means fixed thing. Everybody should have name, phone, city. It's not, so I can say schema less, but everybody has their own information, own key value pair to store. Everybody is independent. Okay, and what is ID here? I will talk about this ID in detail in a minute. I will explain you what is the ID. Okay, so we'll discuss, but this is the way to have. Okay, so guys, multiple information I explained to you. I can say is the base code information. So knowing JSON is important that I want to emphasize right now over here. Okay, so this is one guys initial phase I explained to you. So those who have not yet installed MongoDB, now use your time to install MongoDB and try to do this kind of demo till here. Then I go more deep dive in this concept. Okay, can you hold for a second, please? So guys, if till here, if you have any Q&A query, whatever I explained till now, you guys can ask me. And after the Q&A, guys, we will move to a small break. Then we'll guys come back and we will see more about MongoDB. Till here, guys, any questions, any doubt, you guys can ask. Yes, Raktim, we will use a MongoDB Compass also. Guys, after break, I will show you how to use a MongoDB Compass. Yes, Lalit, when I explain you how to connect with Python, same logic you can use with Python Flask also, right? So you can use Python Flask with the same way to connect MongoDB. No, Bhavesh, JSON is not like YAML. Use case are same. YAML also used for same use case, but the syntax of JSON and YAML is very different. Priyan's command is Mongo, not Mango. It's not MAN, it's MON, Mongo. Yes, Muskan, you can use MongoDB in Flutter, guys. I will show you multiple use cases. Nowadays, you go to mobile apps, web app, maybe data science world, MongoDB is now very much commonly used. So you want to connect in Flutter or maybe Kotlin or Android or iOS, Swift, right? Wherever you want to use MongoDB is very useful. Okay, a lot of flexibility they give you, and performance also. Guys, will talk about this. They have a lot of things to have it. Yes, Vijay, we can also customize our ID, but what is ID we will discuss. Then you will talk about customer. Abhishek, I will talk about this concept, foreign key and the primary key. The way MongoDB work, they say we don't require keys, foreign key, primary key. We make your joint operations super simple. But here we give you a normalized data. What I mean, guys, this is some database term. Don't worry, in my upcoming discussion, we talk about. But as such, obviously, we don't require okay keys here because we don't have to uh, create two tables to map it. What I mean by this, Abhishek, I will explain you in my upcoming discussion. Yes, guys, you can use MongoDB machine learning. So store your entire data set of machine learning in MongoDB and then start processing. So MongoDB would be your database storage engine to store data, then do and then use it. I'll show you multiple example, not of machine learning, but I'll tell you we can do a lot of ETL operations to transfer our data. And because in machine learning we need this, right? We have to do data cleaning and all things. So if your data is then in MongoDB, so cleaning would be so simple and easy to manage. Yes, there's no requirement in MongoDB to join. Right? There might be some use case. There's some concept. It's called a reference concept in Mongo. This is a different point. But technically, the way the Mongo has been designed, you don't have to do any join or the complex join operation. What I mean by this, in a minute, after some time, I will explain those concepts to you. Yes, Himanshu, we can take the file from. I show you guys how to import data from the file or some extra data set. I'll show you how to import data from some file. Guys, this MongoDB software you can download anywhere. Doesn't matter. Double click, it will install in the folder that there I showed you. You can download this folder anywhere. Double click, it will automatically install for you. How to link MongoDB WordPress. Actually, Abhinav, for this, right, we can indicate another, it's not big deal, but in the WordPress, it is written PHP. And if you open the code in the PHP, entire code has been storing data and reading data only from MySQL. Okay, so you to change that all those code is called database connection code there to MongoDB. If you can do this, it will work. Okay, but the by default project of WordPress, they have a pre pre-created uh, connectivity with MySQL. You might find some project might have done WordPress in MongoDB, but if you want to do by yourself after the knowledge of this MongoDB, you can change the code of PHP and connect with MongoDB. How MongoDB faster? This point I haven't discussed yet. I will discuss you guys in some time. Why MongoDB is faster. When I take the topic of sharding, when I take the topic of indexing, very powerful topic, then you come to know how they are faster. So that's all, guys. Right now, most of the queries I try to touch, and some queries you have, I think in my upcoming discussion, it will be covered. Okay, so let's go, guys. A quick break of around 25 minutes that I need right now. So around it's like 11:20. So 11:45, right? As in my time, will guys join back? So, so guys, let's continue with the next part. So I have given you the base core idea of MongoDB. Till now, we have talked about the good thing and good flexibility about MongoDB is schema less. That's good thing to have, right? Not always. There might be some use case where we need schema. Then you can go for other database services, or maybe you can use MongoDB only because it is we are the one who decide which key name we have to use. So you can fix it. I have to use name and phone always, name and phone always. So you can also use MongoDB for schema oriented only, but they give extra facilities for schema less. There's the different point altogether. Okay, but but MongoDB has some more flexibility and power that I will explain you today, and some of the topic will explain you tomorrow. Okay, but till now, guys, you might understood. If you want to do something on the MongoDB, okay, you should be comfortable in a syntax of JSON. For example, if I go back to this particular screen, and if I again want to search, so DB is my current database name, or you can directly use your database name also if the database there in some other folder, or maybe you are not into this database, you can give the name, or I can say the reference of your database name, then inside the table name called collection, and ask to do something. So find is the operation. It is something like this, select command in in your other table. So find is equal to select star from table. If I hit enter, they give you this option. I think this option is not working in this way. Some of the version I've seen it is working, but let's say let me use DB only. Okay, so now they give me all the options. But because I typically in MongoDB, this is the one document. One document have multiple key value pair, and one key has again nested key value pair, and again they have more nested key and value pair. So by default, the output given by this command doesn't looks very simple to read. So there's a one function called pretty. Okay, so what they do, they will give us a pretty output. So now it is look very clean. This is one document, second, third. Inside this big document, we have one more document that's called nested or embedded. So pretty is sometimes very useful to have a pretty output. Okay, this is one thing. Now let's do some more thing here. So guys, if you talk about more about the find, so find is like a select stuff from table, but anybody who know other databases, so there, we use this kind of concept called select star from table name, and we can use where clause, where name equals to Vimal, for example. So the where means we are searching only for this key. So wherever we have name Vimal, I want to have this record or this document come up. Okay, so if you want to do this concept, it's called also known as filtering. So find has options to do filter. For this, you have to understand one more thing in the find. And find, guys, by default they use this symbol. It means if you type this or if you don't type this, same output come up. So by default, guys, find will use this JSON document. This document means find all the all the documents. But if you have a requirement that you want to search a limit document where the name is equals to Vimal, so we are searching or filtering only those documents where this key equals to this one. So this is not, this is not, this is the one. So technically this is the way to search. So only those names come up where you have a name equals to Vimal. Okay, maybe for example, I want to search where where phone is one of the key, and where the phone number is 2222. So only this document come where phone is at 222. Typically, guys, phone number is normally always string. but my case, I have put the phone number as an integer. So if you have any field that you have a integer over there, let's say you store age. So age is always integer, 10, 20, 18 age, right? And if you have requirement to do something like this, something like this, like if a age is greater than equals to 20, so you want to do this kind of operation, guys, that normally we write in other SQL world, but same operation if you want to do in a MongoDB. So how can we do? If the value is integer, so I can write here again. I can put this value inside one more document, and there's some pre-internal uh, keywords or the properties from the MongoDB that has a predefined some meaning. For example, one of the properties called GT. Okay, column. So GT is a key. There's a predefined value or meaning, and anything that is predefined in the MongoDB, we start with dollar symbol. And what the meaning of this GT is? GT means greater than. Same thing, LT less than, LE less than equals to, greater than equals to. So these are the keyword we have here. What this keyword will do? Okay, they will search all the value that is, let's say, let me write 1000. So all the value that is 1000, they put on the top of phone, and then phone equals to that value, the match they will find for you. So we have only one contact number, that is phone is greater than 1000. It is it should also come up. Okay, so actually this is the primary, it's the different key, right? So I have only one number, so it has come up. So search for 3000, nothing come up because I don't have any number. Or obviously in that, guys, there's no meaning in number. Number is always string. But by chance I can use this operation here because my value here is integer. But this is the operation you can perform here. Now you want to go for greater than, you want to less than. So these are predefined key, sometimes also known as macros, available in the MongoDB. So find as a which key to search and which value to search. Either you can give a fixed value, or you can write this kind of operation that will give you a value by doing some condition operation, or maybe or and not. These also available. I can use or, not, nor. So these are the keyword you can write to do further action. But technically, whatever we are doing, we have to pass everything as a JSON document. Let me do one more thing here. Let me write this one. So here they give Vimal, or let me use search for Tom, and I can get the entire detail about the Tom. Mostly, guys, documents is always bigger in size because Tom has city, state, country, postal code, tons of information of the Tom will come up. Maybe you can do for pretty. We have a pretty output of this one, so this the document will come in a very formatted way. But if you have a requirement that I am not interested to see all the value of the Tom, I just want to see which city Toms belong. So like in SQL world, if you know, instead of a star means all the column. Instead of star, I am looking for city. So whenever the age, so name equals to Tom, if this condition match, then show me the city column. So anybody who knows SQL, this is the command normally we use there. So how can we do this? Okay, so again, in find we have the option. So take, guys, find is a function that take two argument. The first argument before the comma is the one who will help you to search what you want to search, and after those things search which field you want to retrieve. So you want to retrieve city, just type your city name. Okay, if I hit enter, obviously I fail because here to describe some value normally is 0 or 1. If I type 0, okay, so anything that you type 0, that field don't come. Any type you 1, that particular field is the one only come. So this is the guy's syntax here. So find a function, two argument they take, first as a document, again second as a document in JSON format. But first is the one what you want to search or filter, and second one is the one what field you want to retrieve finally. Okay, so 0 means this field don't come, apart from this everyone come up, and 1 means only this field come apart from other field don't come. Right, something else. But if you want to have two fields come up, you can write comma and say I want name field also to become. So name also come and city also come. So this is the again syntax you can use what finally you want to retrieve. Okay, so the guys, this is some of the example of find. We have some more complex example of find. Slowly I will explain you, but I want to first explain some more concept, so you guys can see a broader picture of the MongoDB. Then as we go more and more deep, I will explain some more advanced search options here with the find, or maybe some more. Okay, this is one thing. Now let's do some more thing here. Before this, I want to tell you one more small thing. It is always good practice, guys, in the database world. Whenever, guys, you're storing any data, let's this field, always try to give a data a unique number. Why? Because there might possibility one more user come up the same name. Maybe they might write same number, maybe my same same city. But this is the very independent user. I know mobile number is always unique, but let's say some field we collected that might be same. So how we differentiate the first one, this one is a different user. So it's always good practice, guys. Whenever I store any record, every record we give some number that is always a unique number, or there's known as unique, sometimes known as unique key, and sometimes also known as in database called primary key, something like this. Okay, so good thing, guys, this because this is a very common practice. So normally in other database, this you have to maintain. You have to add some program, they will automatically maintain for you. But in the MongoDB, this is by default nature of the MongoDB. So in the MongoDB, guys, whenever you create any record, okay, every record they give a unique number, and they create a unique field for this, and name of this field they create is called underscore ID. So if you search db.customer.find, okay, so every field they add a unique, they add one more key, and every key they give a unique number. Okay, so I guess here normally, and they try also to give a unique number continuously, like 39, then 3A, 3B is a hexa code number kind of thing. So 3B, 3C, if I add one more 3, so they try to give a continuous number. Again, it will somehow, I will discuss in detail. It will help you in some time to fastening up your searching speed. Okay, but every object, guys, they give this unique number. You can give your own unique number also if you want to give. For example, if I store in this customer, I want to insert some new data, and let's say the data is name, name colon. Let's say this name is Chris. If I hit enter, they give me a unique ID automatically. But you say I don't want to go for their unique ID, so you can you can go for your own personal unique ID also. Okay, unique ID also. So so yeah, I forgot to close this. So this value inserted, and then now this time we decide our unique ID. So if you decide your own unique IDs, so sometime according to my perspective is harder to manage. If you try to add one more name, let's say user one, okay, so it give the error because this is the duplicate key or primary key or ID key. So unique ID should be, guys, unique. Name should be same, name this should be same. So to differentiate these different document, Mongo use underscore ID is a predefined special key to differentiate the document. So this ID should be unique. So if you create it yourself, then you have to properly bind it that it's not used by somebody to change this. So every time you manage by yourself, better would be don't type any ID here. Less less they decide. They automatic uh, create for you. Your 3B, 3C cover. But in some use case, maybe we might require to put a ID. We might talk about those use case, but mostly 99.9% less Mongo decide the unique ID or unique key or primary key for you. Okay, so this is one more thing to be noticed. But if you search, if you search some data, and here you're searching for the name of, for example, Tom. Okay, so city come up, but if you're only looking for city only, so I can say city is equals to 1. So only city come. Okay, in any of the cases, if you're looking for only for a key, so none of the other key come up. Okay, only this key come up, but ID there, guys, they always will. To tell you that the city that I'm providing to you for this searching have this ID, because there might be possibility two or three guys have same name. So I want to show you their cities, but I just want to tell you their cities will come from this ID, ID1, ID2. Which one? ID1, ID2. I want to show them the serial number. But if you have a requirement that I don't want to see the ID also, so then you have to explicitly write, I don't want to see ID. So now only a city option will come. So sometimes useful because I have created an app, and my app will go to MongoDB and search the city of the town. And that time I already interested to know the city name. I don't know interested to know the ID of that user. So that there this option will helpful for us. So guys, this is something about our find. We will so see more about find and upcoming discussion. Before guys, I move to next part of the MongoDB, I want to tell you some more thing about MongoDB. Right now, whatever we are doing on the MongoDB, everything we are doing from a command line. Okay, command line. So technically, I can say in this way: if you want to interact with MongoDB, let's go MongoDB server. There's two main way to interact with MongoDB. One is a CLI, not two-way. I can say three-way. One is CLI. That's what we are doing here, command line interface. Okay. Next way would be you can interact with MongoDB with a GUI, graphical user interface. So they have some graphical program. There's third-party program also, and there's some program MongoDB provide as a GUI. What the program is, I will tell you in a minute. And one more way to connect with MongoDB, and this is the 99% always we do in this way only. This is called API. Means application programming interface. Means you have your own app written in some language. Let's say you written in Python. So I don't want to integrate with MongoDB directly. My Python will go and connect to the MongoDB with the interface provided by the MongoDB. How we can do, we'll talk in a minute. But there's three-way available. Right now, I want to talk about GUI. So MongoDB guys come with their own graphical way, and because this is graphical, so working on the MongoDB is so simple. Most of the time, guys, you don't have to type these commands. From graphical, most of things will be very much simple and easy. Okay, so name of the graphical product of MongoDB is Compass. Okay, so if you go to MongoDB page, okay, and they if you see here in the solution, okay, or maybe in the software, they have multiple products. Okay, right now we are using community server. It's called document database we are using, but they have a product called GUI for MongoDB called Compass. Again, is a free software. Then go here and try it now, download and install it. Okay, pretty simple. Just go and download and install it. And most probably, because guys, right now you you have installed latest version of MongoDB. So while installing this version of MongoDB, this screen come up. Guys, when you install the MongoDB in Windows, this screen come up. Or in the last screen, guys, maybe I don't know how I take the screenshot or in the last screen before the install, they ask you, do you want to install Compass? I think there's a by default option tick, or otherwise you can go and tick there. So while installing MongoDB, they will install Compass also. But by chance, guys, Compass is not installed in your installation MongoDB, no issues. You can go and visit this particular page. Here you can go and download Compass. And after download, again, so simple, double click and it will install for you. So in my case, I already have Compass, so I'll show you how to use it. Installing is not a big deal. So I suggest you go and install it. Double click and install it. It's a GUI for MongoDB. Okay. Now I'll go to Mongo DB Compass. Click. They will open the GUI of MongoDB. Okay. So it means the way I explained to you guys, this is the MongoDB, right? If you want to connect to the MongoDB as a client, then if you can use Mongo command. Mongo command is a CLI command, but same database. If you want to connect, then we have a GUI available that is called Compass. Okay, that's the only difference. But again, Compass is also a client for MongoDB. So this Compass come up. I think they're launching. Right, they're launching, and after this you can connect. Now one more thing, guys, if you want to connect any client to a server, so typically, guys, it is very common thing, you have to provide the IP address of the server and where the server is running. So every server has a program has a port number. You tell the port number of the server. Okay, so you tell the IP address and the port number of the server. Even though if you use MongoDB also, Mongo command also, even though I haven't typed this, but if I again exit from this program and again try to connect one more time, right? You see, guys, automatic they connected to this IP address and this port number. Because this is a by default IP and port number of Mongo, because right now MongoDB is running in my own computer. So I'm using local IP, and this is a by default port number of the Mongo. So it is known by the Mongo client that they always try to search in local. That's Mongo running there. If yes, let's go and connect to this port. So technically, guys, this is the IP and the port number where Mongo is running, and the protocol they use to connect is MongoDB. So technically, guys, this is the URL, also known as connection string. So a Mongo client use this connection string to connect. Okay, so why you should know this? Because same thing I have to do in Python also, to tell my Python or Java code my connection string. But right now this thing we have to do in our uh, Compass. So they are talking guys about connection, or tell me your connection string where MongoDB running. So I'll type this one because I know my MongoDB running in my local computer. If Mongo running is an any other computer, you can type their IP address. If they have some password set, you can type password also here. But right now I have no password. It's called anonymous access. All the power is called admin power. That's okay right now for us, because mostly we have to know more about how to work on MongoDB. So I'm typing this connection string over here and connect. That's all. Now guys, here there's a very powerful UI visuals. Very cleanly they talk about this. And here they're clear. These are the databases you have, and you guys know this database we have created. Total size the database consumed till now is 36 kilobyte, and we have one collection. We have one index. Index is so powerful topic. I will discuss, guys, about index. And anybody who are learning DSA also, data structure and algorithm. So index is one of the very important concept of data structure also. So here we'll talk about indexing sometime. Okay, but if we have one collection over here, even though if you see in the left side also, these details come up. Okay, and we are connected to MongoDB community version. 4 database we have, 2 collections totally we have. If you click in Linux world, you can see this collection has a 6 document because we upload 6 document over here, and there's a total size of the document. I click here. Now this entire document come, Vimal, Jack, and Tom. This information we store. This will come up. If you click on the Vimal, so so they have 2 mobile number. Both the mobile number come up. So it's so simple, right? They give you a lot of summary here, the total size used or document we have in the top, if you see. And here the most powerful thing is the filter. So you don't have to write find function, all the things. You can directly write a filter. But again, the way you filter would be same. So if I'm searching for Vimal directly, for example, and find, so thing not work, right? So you have to filter in the same format. Okay, how? Some kind of basis. So guys, if you type time n, they auto detect the name is a one field here. So name, colon, and obviously you have to tell which value you want to search for. Enter. So this value guys see in the last comma. Okay, so filtering would be easy, but yeah, obviously you should know just one how to search and filter. Okay, so this thing come up. Let me search for all. Either type this one or don't type anything. It is the by default all. Now here guys, lot of operations you can do. For example, this object you don't require, so there's option to delete. So deleting again so simple here. But in the command line we have a drop and delete function. I'll show you how to use. For example, this option you give a ROM city name. Okay, so so what can you do? Okay, you just double click there again and tell the city name, let's say the city may be Delhi. So double click and update. So working here is so simple. Again, we have command of update also, or maybe you can tap this, and here you can also directly go and bulk update. Okay, so doing this operation would be so much simple. And by the way guys, if you want to create some record, that I show you how to create with the insert command. Okay, create. If you want to search and read some record, you guys know how to search and read find command. Find function. How, if you want to update, here we have update the graphical. I'll show you the command also in a minute. So if you want to update or you want to delete, I'll show you the command, delete. So guys, this is called CURD operation. So normally in the database guys, we use database mainly for CURD. We create something, read, update, delete. And this is a very common thing in the database we'll do. It's not only MongoDB, any database you use, this is the common things you do in the database. So how to do CURD in the MongoDB? I show you some of the command. I also show you in a minute. So this is guys graphical tool, pretty simple to use. Even though you can go and add insert document directly here. So now they give you pre-formatted thing. You just type your document here and right, or if you go in the different view, so you can add in this way also. Click add new field. Let's say I want to add a name. My name is, let's say, yours. Okay, what is the data type? I'm saying this is a string only. Let me add this top button here, add a new field. I want to store my phone number. Let's say my phone number is 333444. Okay, let me use my phone number as a integer. So the different data types guys support. I think everyone know what is data type. We'll talk a little bit more about this. So this and submit. So right here they give you this option without having assess the JSON knowledge also. You can just type key value pair to to store the data. Okay, and if you want to do a bulk upload, So you have data already in some JSON file, or mostly guys, we have a data in CSV file as a data set. So we can directly import here either in JSON format or in CSV format. So they automatically upload with the fields. Okay, but how to upload the data in a minute, I'll show you from command line also. So either you can use this button or you can use command line to import data. Obviously guys, mostly if you want to have some data somewhere, I don't want to type my data here, right? Again, we have billions of records, so you can directly import here, or my my language like Python or Java or mobile app, they keep on feeding the data here. So depend guys how you collect data. Nobody type the data the way I type here. I want to type, I typed here because I want to show you every bit and the concept what is happening behind the scene. So normally in the MongoDB, either you get the data directly from some file, okay, if you have data with you, or you normally get the data from a programming language. Okay, so let me go and show you one more demo that actually was not the part of our MongoDB workshop, but as per the demand, a lot of guys wanted me to have that demo. So I'm showing this demo to you, how you can integrate MongoDB with a programming language. But the way I'm going to explain you, if you understand the concept, so whatever language you guys are comfortable on, you can write their methods and their syntax to do the same thing. Okay, so there's a right now plan. And after this, I might move to a concept called index. This is one of the powerful concept MongoDB have. Not, I'm not saying MongoDB have, other database also have, but this is one powerful concept I want to discuss after this step. Okay. So let me start. So my point is, guys, how to integrate MongoDB of their API using language, some language, right, for their particular app. That would be the plan. Okay, so for this, what I'm going to do, explain you, I'm going to explain you some concept here so you can understand what is going on. So understand the first the flow of this, right? So you know what happened. Normally we create a website. These are known as app or web app. Okay, and we have a user over the internet or the network. My user will connect this app obviously using the internet. Okay, and in this app guys, depend guys what information you want to collect from the user. And for this, normally you provide some form, username, password, phone number. Maybe they want to post. Maybe you can put some link as a like don't like, comment. So there's multiple way user interact with this app, either clicking the mouse, either they visit this page, click event, or they type something from the post, they upload the image, they upload the video. So app to app is very what and how you want to get information from the user. Okay, so let's say user will will post some information to this app. So anybody who know how to get the app as a mobile or the web app, you guys know multiple way to get the information. Typically we use HTTP kind of method to get this information, but otherwise there are other way also to get the information from the user. Okay, but my app will collect this information. Now it is your choice how you create this app. We require a language for this. Right now I'm talking about Python as a language, but you can use any of the language from Android to Swift, iOS, or maybe Node.js, maybe JavaScript. There's Node.js used by default by behind the scene, or maybe Java. Okay, so so my this program has a capability to collect this information. Now after they collect the information, for example, the user send information, let's say their name, Vimal. And guys, a very common practice, we always associate the name with some key like name. Now it is choice of your app and choice of the code written in this app what they want to do with this value. Okay, they want to print it, they want to put in the loop, they want to check some conditions, or they want to store in some file. There's a concept called file handling, or they want to store this thing in your database. So who decide? App decide, means code decide. If database, so which database they want to use? Let's say they want to use to store this database in MongoDB. So who decide? Your code or coding or developer decide where they want to store. But let's say our plan is to store this data in MongoDB. And you guys know in MongoDB, we store data in a queue element. So it is a duty of your app first converts this value into JSON object, or I say JSON format, name, colon, Vimal. First the convert. How? There's a lot of JSON converter available in every languages to convert this. So any data come up, we can convert very easily against language to language. Different functions available. Okay. After we convert, then we'll tell my app, Python, you are the language, MongoDB, you are a database server, and because you are a server, so Python is the one who are going to connect with you. So for the MongoDB, Python will be work as a client, and MongoDB is again known as server. So technically, Python should know how to connect to the MongoDB. For these two things we require. First, client always require what is the connection string, means what is the URL of the MongoDB. So we have to tell the Python the connection string of the MongoDB, the way I tell my canvas also, sorry, compass also. Okay, there's one thing you have to tell your language, whatever language you use. Second most important thing is, now understand one thing. Now understand one thing. Right now, we as a human being want to contact to MongoDB. So we would be the client. Okay, and because we are the client and we are directly interacting with the MongoDB, okay, so we should know the language MongoDB understand. And the language that MongoDB understand is this. So database, use, database, database, and the collection name, whatever they have. Let me check with the collection name. Okay, so DB collection name, then find. So these are MongoDB commands we know, and because we human being, we know we can type and get the output. Okay, but now here, instead of human being, Python is the one who going to interact with MongoDB. But Python is a language, or Java is a language. They know their keyword, but they have no idea what is a MongoDB command. So right now, what I'm doing, I'm delivering a training to you to train you guys in MongoDB. Right? Same thing, I would train my Python also in MongoDB. And for this, guys, if you want to train your Python, the MongoDB command, so on your behalf, Python will go and contact to MongoDB to do something there. And for this, if you want to train your language, so for this, these company who create the product, because they know Python, Java is very common language, so they create a one program for the Python and tell and ask to provide this program to the Python. So what this program is? This program will tell the Python how to interact with the MongoDB command. Okay, so this kind of program is normally known as driver. Driver. Okay, and same if this instead of Python, if this language Java, again Java also we have to provide driver. Scala also we have to provide driver. But normally in Java, this kind of driver known as JDBs driver normally, right? So, but here it is known as your driver for MongoDB that we have to provide to Python. And because Python is a language and you want to provide Python some extra things. So in the Python world, this extra thing is known as library. So either you can use the word Python library of MongoDB or Mongo driver, it is the same thing in the Python world. But what this program will do, or what the driver will do, or library will do, it will tell the Python extra thing about MongoDB, how to use Python function to connect to the MongoDB. It's something like this. So for this guys, you have to install a library in the Python that will give you a driver of MongoDB. Okay. Same concept for Java and other languages also. They also provide a driver for their language. You can go and search MongoDB language driver and you can find the driver here. So, so if I search here, MongoDB language driver, you can go for this one. You can say driver Java, PHP, .NET, C driver, Node.js. So multiple driver they have, and these are the languages mostly supported in the MongoDB. Logic wise, they are same. Now, if I click on the Python, let me share this. Okay. So this is come up, and they say PyMongo is a driver name. Okay, for the MongoDB for Python. And anybody who know Python, they know how to install the driver. Driver is a library. So guys, in my case, I have Python already installed. If you guys want to do this demo, install the Python. There are a lot of Python available in the market. Right now, there's a one product called Anaconda. It's a free software. Okay, it will install Python for you for some extra things also about the Python. Okay, that sometimes we need. For example, this software install one tool called pip. Pip is a command in the Python to install some libraries. Okay, so I already have Python with me just to show this demo. So I'm using pip and asking pip to install some extra driver or the library of the Python, which library PyMongo. I'm installing PyMongo. Okay, so in my case, a PyMongo I already have, but in your case, it will download and install for you. So new library of Python I added, or I can say new driver of Python I added. Okay, so this is a one straightforward. Now it's time to write a code. Okay, in the Python. And now I, without going ourselves directly with the MongoDB, in our case, Python will go and contact to MongoDB. So for this guys, Python will give you live interpreter. I just type Python command, Python interpreter command. Those who don't know Python, let me write x equal to 1, x equal 5, variable created, x output command. So pretty simple thing. So you can directly write the code and get the output. So we have Python. Now in the Python, what to tell here, I'll tell Python that I have this library, and this library gives me one module. So let me load this module. It's called PyMongo. Okay, and in this module we have a lot of functions available. One of the functions I'm going to load is called Mongo client function. Okay, where M and C is capital. What this function will do. So guys, again, I understand one thing. If you are a client, maybe GUI or Mongo client or Python, if you are a client, you should know the connection string and the URL of your MongoDB. Okay, so for this function gonna have. So I'll tell my Mongo client is a function, and what to tell here, I will tell the URL of my MongoDB. It is same URL that I typed here, that I typed here in the top. Same URL I have to ask them. And how to get the URL? You know where your Mongo running, or maybe one of the simplest way is let me exit from here and type here. From here you can get your URL. Or maybe you can type complete also to work, but let me type till here. Till here. So this is the URL. Let me type it. So now by this command, your Python will connect with the MongoDB. It is known as session start. Okay, and I use this session multiple times. So let me put this session in a variable or object called client. So guys, there is no error come up. It normally means you have successfully connected. And if you just run the client, you can see it is connected to you have connected to Mongo. So guys, this is a way how you can connect Python with the MongoDB. Again, you can use Java, other also. So logic wise they're same, they have a different function altogether. The syntax might be different in Java or Scala or R language, but but the logic wise they would be exactly the same. Now this client is the one who know where I am connected. So what I'm telling to my client, can do one thing. I have a database called LW. So go to this LW database. Inside this database, we have a we have a collection called customers. So go inside the customer collection. Okay, and inside this, my requirement is to find something, guys. There's a find function from the Python come up. Right, why come up? Because of this library. Okay, and inside this I want to pass my JSON. That's what guys I explained to you, right? This one I explained to you. So whenever a user send any information, this information guys you can convert into JSON. How? There's a lot of function available in Python or other language to convert into JSON. For example, in Python, one of the function is JSONify. Is a function using you can convert into JSON. Otherwise, there's a lot more function available per language. Right now, I'm not going to that part. I'm manually converting JSON. That's a name colon. Okay. So from this, where this information come up, right now I'm typing hard coded, but you can take from input function, you can take from some networking, you can take from some web application or HTML form. That would be your choice. That would be your programming skills. Okay. And I'm showing this thing as a, let's say, output. That's all. So that's all. That's the only thing you have to do. And now if you print the output, okay, you know what they give you? They give you cursor. So like guys, let me explain what is cursor here. Okay, so technically, technically, if you run the same thing in your MongoDB command, right? So let me use Linux world, and inside this DB, I'm using customer. And if I search same thing here in my MongoDB command line, here guys, they directly give me output. Output. Why? Because guys, this is MongoDB command line. Okay. Technically, when you find something, find means only find. Find doesn't means print. Okay. But because you are in the MongoDB command prompt, they do extra thing for you. After they find, they also print for you. That is, guys, this will print it. This extra facility, this command prompt of Mongo provide to you. But technically, the meaning of find is simple. They go and search, does this document available? If yes, where is the document available? Give me the reference of this document or the pointer of this document. And the reference and pointer, guys, is known as cursor. And that's what, guys, they're presented here, that I find this document, so I know the reference where the document is, so I know the pointer of that object or document. So technically this is called cursor. Same thing happened here also, but it's not visible in the command line. So they first find the reference of cursor, and by this prompt will give extra facility to you, and they will print it up for you. So it look like they're find is printing the things. No, they're not printing. They are only finding the cursor for your pointer, for your reference for you. Okay, so by the programming language, we can see actually what happened behind us. And now because this output know where the reference is or the cursor is, where this document available, I don't know, 1 or 10 document, how much the search. Now we can ask this one to print. So guys, if anything, if you have in the Python especially, if you know the reference or something, and you want to go there and print, or there might possibly multiple documents you might have. So in the Python, there's a one special keyword called for we can use. I can tell my for go to this reference of output, retrieve first reference, my first document, put in I as a variable, I as a variable, colon, and then what to do with I. Now I want I to be printed. Right, this is a way Python will do as a is called iteration. Your language might have other way to iterate, means which language you know. And now what they do, they go and guys retrieve all the document wherever this cursor is. So now only one we have, so they find one for you. Okay, so guys, this is the way you can interact with the Python, right? So more you know about find, more things you can do here. So like in find, we have a other function to save, insert, multiple functions you have, even though you can go to help of this one, the way you do in Python language, and they tell you all the functions they supported. Okay, or maybe you can go to this particular document of the Python. They provide some document to you. You just go and see what all options they support. Or technically they support everything. That's the main thing. But this is a good quick demo to see how it works. I want to give one more interesting tip, guys, that might be very much useful for you. And this tip is from MongoDB Compass. Okay, and the tip is something like this. If I search here in MongoDB, name colon Vimal, I think this thing you know already. This is a graphical tool that you guys are now comfortable on, right? And if you use this graphical tool, and you see this is the final output where you wanted. Now this graphical tool give us a facility to convert this thing into Python code or the Node code or your Java code. So you don't have to worry about, we can very quickly convert this thing into a language code. How? After search, output come up, there's a dot 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 here, click, and there's option called export to language. And if you click on export to language, export to language, then here they show you this is your query, which language you want to export. So these are the 4 language, by chance they have facility here. Doesn't mean they support only 4, but this is the facility they provide for 4 languages. Okay, let me go for Python 3. And here there's option called include in the round, include import statement. Okay, and there's option called include driver syntax. That's all. So automatically, guys, this query has converted into Python code. That's all. And this somehow I write, I write this line, I write this line, I write this, and then I add some extra thing like find something, there's a different point. But guys, very quickly, they convert this query into Python code. Okay, now you want to go Python code, you want to go for Java code. So guys, this is the Java code they create. So these are the library or package of Java they're using. So you first install Java driver. This is called JDBC for Mongo. You can get from this link. They give this link to you. And syntax may be different, but logic wise, they are the same. They get the database, they get the collection and find the filter. So anybody who knows Java or Java kind of framework, they can use this one to use. So very quick portal to have your query, your code created, used in your respective language. So it's very quick take what extra they provided. But technically, if you know your language and if you know Mongo properly, so converting this thing won't be a big deal for you. Okay, so there's one more thing I just wanted to guys tell you over here. Let's do some more small operations here. Okay, so if you want to update something, there's option here to update, you guys know. But if you want to update from your command line, how we can update, very small operation. So let me also share this code to you first. This is a Python prompt. Okay, update. This is a Python. Let me exit, I don't want this. Let me go to MongoDB. And guys, this is the Google Drive. And here I have post one document that I provide the MySQL, MongoDB instruction with some lot of commands I provide here. Some of the basic command I provided here, and this document that where I'm putting everything. So this is day one. Tomorrow I'll create an extra document, and here I'm putting all the command that I'm typing, commands, queries, and all the screenshot I will post here. So if you guys see your WhatsApp group, I think my team has already uploaded this link in your WhatsApp group of this drive. So you can use this drive as a future reference. You want to revise something, you can come to this drive and you can use this document to have further reference. Okay. So let's go to next part. So let's say this is my entire data. Okay, and let's say I want to update the city of the Tom. Okay, obviously guys, if you want to update something on the Tom, you should know what you want to update. So you can use search for do we have something Tom? Yes, and my requirement is to update the city of the Tom. So how we can do this? Okay, for this guys, we have a function. Okay, so we have a function. And guys, good thing about the MongoDB uh, command line. So if you add cu and tap 2 times, it autocomplete. It tell you what cu or multiple function and the table name is started. So there's this function available, there's a function available, and there's a table name. So if I say cs tab, it autocomplete. Then I type dot, double click, they show you all the command available, function available here. So we have drop function, we have find function we use right now. So they show you all the function available over here. Okay, so same way I can use q to quit and say up, double click. They show you these are the update function available. Update many, update one. That we use for update this function here. If you add enter, they give error. Obviously, they say need a query. I don't know what you want to update. So understand one simple thing. If you want to update something, you tell what to update. And for this, you have to again search. So I say I'm searching for a name called Tom. So any document that match this particular search, I want to update. Okay, so they again say now I get your query, but what to update, just tell me. Just tell me. Okay, so here we can write comma and you have to type one more document here, and you tell what to update. And here update has two meaning. If something already there you want to update, just override, and you want to add new field, both things will work. Let's say Tom say I have my age, I want to update my age here. Let's say this 25. That's all. This field was not there, so they are going to update, means they're going to add new field here. And this the power of MongoDB, right? If you go to normal typical SQL world, if the age field is not there in the schema, you won't have to update. You can't create on the fly. It give the error. But here guys, everyone is a separate document. So whatever the field I want to add or key value pair I want to add in the respective document, I can do it. Okay, so so if I hit enter, okay, they say one match found. Because why they say one match? Because we have one Tom available, so one match found, and they modify one. You can see here. They modify one. So what happened? Where is the Tom? Okay. They modify one. I actually, you know what, I did a small mistake here. Okay, let me let me do something on the check. Right, if you want to add something in the update function, there's a there's a special character here to set this called underscore set. So there's a one special key they give you, and you have to tell your value what you want to set. Okay, there's one thing, especially in the update they provide you. So if you want to add something, update something, this is the key that you have to type. I think this was the challenge. uh, so I added, yes, here it's come up now. Okay, so last command was not working the way we wanted. Actually they worked actually. Okay, so technically, let me again explain you guys. Let me again explain you. Last update worked actually, but what they did, they override this field with this field. This is by definition nature they done. See here, I don't want this. So it is a this is the case where if you want to change the name of the term, then you can use this syntax. So this is useful, but our requirement, the way I wanted to explain you, I want to add a new field. Okay, then there's option called set. It means I want to update all the record where name Jack match, and those record I want to set with a new field age. Okay, so there are two different concepts here, depend what you want to use. And finally, finally, if we search for Jack, now they have added new age. So because it's schema less, so I can add whatever extra field. So Jack come next, in the next time Jack come, I want to also update. I purchased some books from somewhere, so I also want to update my books information. So we can also update those. So either you can use this one or you can use the graphical one. Okay, both the way, both the things work in the same way. So the Jack come up, this age, you have to update this. You can update this or maybe add some more field. So both the things work in the same way. Okay, so this is about update. We'll see guys some more operation of update after we become more complex, understand about the query. Okay, and one more thing, normally we do is delete the thing. So again, deleting won't be a big deal. Just go and search, do we have any operation for the delete? Okay, how? db.customer.de. Yes, we have a delete function. Let me go for one record. We can delete only one point in time. And guys, in any of the case, you search what you want to delete. Let's say I want to delete the name. I always put everything in that document only, otherwise it won't work. Say name, and name would be Jack. So if you find multiple document that name is Jack, but what the first document come up with this match data. So they said true and one is deleted. Now again you search for Jack. Now we don't have any Jack info. It's deleted. So it's like CURD operation: create, read, update, and delete. Those things will do. More and more complex, guys, about writing this JSON object. More and more power you can add in the MongoDB. We see a lot of options, guys, on context of this one. We'll see further. Okay, so guys, this is the some of the basic core concepts of the MongoDB. Okay, let's do something different. I told you guys already, normally normally we don't manually mostly create data here. Either our program is keep on collecting from the user, and on the fly we can updating in the MongoDB directly from the user. This is the way we normally do. Or we have already have a data somewhere in our CSV file or JSON. This is called data set, and we can directly upload the data here. So how can you do? How you can do? So this concept, guys, is normally known as import. So if you have a data already in the file, because typically guys, MongoDB support JSON. So mostly this, if you have data in a JSON format, obviously in a file, and this is the MongoDB server. So you can directly import this data here. or load this data here. So that is called import. And for import, guys, MongoDB come with an extra tool that is called import tool or Mongo import tool. Okay, this tool is not by chance available in the latest version by default. If you have older version of MongoDB, this tool automatically come with the older version of MongoDB. But if you install the new version like 4.4.5 that we installed today, so this tool doesn't come by default with MongoDB. So if you go to the MongoDB page, okay, and there's a guys tools, maybe here you can find. Okay, yeah, here developer tools. Okay, if you click here, so you can find Compass, you can get from here. Cell is what Mongo Mongo command, and here guys you can find a tool. Here maybe some link they have. It's called Mongo tools. Okay, so this tool, guys, you can use to export and import. Okay, so maybe let me give you a direct link. Compass. So somewhere you can get maybe here. So 1 minute. So there's a one link. They keep on actually updating the site. So MongoDB tools. Okay, and you can download MongoDB tool. But I don't know because we are using this tool I'm looking for, MongoDB import. Okay, so you can download this tool. Again, it's free. If you're older version Mongo, they come with this tool already, but in this new version they doesn't come. So from this link, which OS you are on, okay, and just download the tool. Maybe in my case MSI, I click and download. So in my case, guys, I already downloaded, and it's pretty simple to install. Double click, again they install for you. And after the install, guys, those tool will be stored in a folder, again in the C drive in the MongoDB folder. So in the program file in the MongoDB, and here they install folder in this folder and in the bin folder. So these are the tool you can use, export, import, dump, and restore, backup kind of things. But right now I'm looking for a tool called Mongo import. But this tool is located here that we know, my system doesn't know. So if you want to use this tool, either always come to this folder again and again, or you can open the environmental variable again, and you can set the path, edit, and here you can add. That in my case, I already did it. Okay, so you can run this command and this tool from anywhere. If you want to add, that will be your choice. Okay, so this part is done, and now we can use this tool called Mongo import. So what is the idea? I explained to you. I have a data in a file and I want to import this data directly into our MongoDB. So how can you do? So guys, you can create a document, something like this, JSON, you guys know. Okay, or get a lot of JSON document as for testing from the internet. So I have found some document, already a big document on the internet, from the internet. I want to show you some demo, more respect to indexes. What indexes we'll discuss. So I have one data or data set I have downloaded here. So there's a big document. See guys, they have a lot of data. They have a lot of big size in file. They have thousands of records, thousands of documents they have. And why I'm using this document? To show you two things: how to import. Second thing is because this is big data, not big actually, but yeah, millions of record they have. So so I can use this data set to show you the power of indexes. So what indexes? I explain you in a minute, but let me first show you how to import. So this data set guy I have, even though you can find a lot of data from internet also. If you want, I will also share this data set to you. Okay, so how to import? So for this, we have a command called Mongo import. This command work for me. Hit enter. There's no error come up. Why? Because we have the path. Okay. So, but this will fail because they say, I will import, but tell me what file to import, which collection to import, which database to import. So to tell me everything. So I'll tell here, okay, Mongo import that I have a file called person.json. Okay. And I want you import this in a database called, let's say, Linux world person. And this is one thing, guys. If you go to MongoDB, I don't have this database, but they will create this database on the fly. And this database I want to load in a table called collection. Let's say my collection name is contacts because this file can contain a lot of contact information about the person. Okay. And because this is JSON file, so I can pass one option here. This is the JSON array I have here. Okay. So very quickly, if you open this file to see how this file look like. So it's a pure JSON, and you know this is because this is array and this is a lot of the code. So this one I have already explained to you guys. Explain to you how to create this, but there's a huge data. You see here, huge data we have. Okay, so this file you guys know how to create. I say here this is the JSON. So while this is the command you have to use, if I don't do any mistake here, enter, and now they connect to local MongoDB. By default, they always connect to local. Otherwise, you can give the different path where the Mongo running. There's no fail happen, and I have 5,000 record or document in this file, and everything important. No error come up. And if I go back to my MongoDB command line, you can see here one more database come up. Or maybe you can go to Mongo canvas. You can see here, refresh, maybe refresh here. This will come up with this. Obviously, I click here. These much data come. 5,000 total record. This that was size of the document. Total size come up. Okay. And now if I use this data, I can go inside this. Okay. And if I show the collection, sorry. So collection, this will come up. And if I see in this database, in this collection, just go and find, you know what happened. What happened now you will see, guys, because we have a huge data. So what find will do, my find always give you an address of all the data that is called cursor, and by default nature, guys, they print it. But by default, guys, in the MongoDB, they only print 20 record at a time. Right. So guys, if you try to count, it is almost 20 record the print, and they say IT command here to more. So IT is not a MongoDB command, is a by default given in this in this command prompt, and this IT means I know the further cursor, hit enter, I will print 20 more. Again, put IT, I will print 20 more. They keep on doing. So technically, this is the extra capability MongoDB command line give to you. It's not a MongoDB command, but if you have a huge record, they know the cursor and for the address and keep on printing the further records. Okay, something like this. So, but here, if you want to have proper output, or maybe I think we have a count function here. Here. So the count total document we have is 5,000. 5,000 total document we have. Okay, and if you want to see a proper output, so you can use pretty. So they will show you the document how they look like. Hit enter, guys. Now document look like this. Now you see, guys, here in one document I stored lots of information. Here every ID is a one document. So we stored gender name. Okay, now guys, here is the way we have formatted. Now with gender, we create a separate key name, and inside this name, we create one more sub document that maintain the detail of title, first name, and last name. We create one more key inside the we create one more sub key where we maintain only information about about location. And location, guys, maybe at today's now at today's app, we also need coordinates, so I can create a GPS Google map to tell the location. So here we create one more key document to have login related time zones also. So document inside document inside document. Technically, is one document, but it is embedded document. So the idea is uh, all the information okay of this particular user I want to keep in one individual document. And guys, this is a very important concept. Anybody who know about your traditional RDBMS world, your typical SQL world, what normally we do there, okay, we create lots of tables. One table for location, one table for their details name, one table for their login details, one table for the registration detail. And every table we connect together with the concept called keys, primary and foreign key, if you know. So in the future, if you are looking for, can you tell me the age of this female? So detail of this female I take from first table, and age we find from other table. We connect together this concept called join, inner join, outer join, complex join. Will do anybody who know by chance, and then the information come up. Or because we're getting the information from here and there, and then club together and provide information to you. It typically good way of management, no doubt, but it will highly impact the performance. Okay, very impact the performance because some information pick from here, some information pick from here, and highly impact the performance. Okay, so here guys, I'm talking more about the performance perspective. But here in the MongoDB, the practice that we do in data organizing, that is called data model, is what we'll try to put all the information about the user in one single big document. So this one document have this ID, unique ID, is only for this guy. Okay. But the good way to management is inside this document create some sub documents. Again, sub document. So in the future, if you only want to retrieve the location, you can go to this document, retrieve the location, only this will come. If you want to only retrieve coordinate, go to this location, go inside location, go inside coordinate, only retrieve this. So that will be very faster, right? Because everything about the user is there in one single continuous document. And because everything is one document, so there's no lot of tables, there's no lot of collections, so there's no meaning of joining that. So writing the joining operation is complex, but it's more than the complex. They are slower in nature. It is very slow. More and more joins you do. Anybody who know, uh, otherwise just try to focus in this point. If everything here in the same place, it is also known as normalization. So because data is, because the practice is we store data already in normalized way, means everything in the one single location. So we don't pick the data from here and there for different storage, for different file, different tables. So things will become very well planned, very organized. I better say I can say the word called in the same location they have. So very quickly we can do, and that is a reason there is no as such meaning of join in MongoDB because they follow a data model called embedded document. Means in one big document, all the information of their respective user we organize in their sub document. So technically, if you talk about MongoDB, what data model they follow document oriented, but in the document oriented, they have a different model. They have two different model. Okay, so document oriented, they follow two different way of organizing the data. It's called data model. One is a by default core nature of MongoDB is called embedded. And second is reference. This references, guys, again, your typical older world. We have a lot of table and to connect each other. I'll talk a little bit about this tomorrow. So they also follow the older way. Also, some use case we need this. Okay, so we'll talk about, but typically, mainly in the MongoDB, we support embedded model. Okay, and this is the one of the example, and I not tell all the example is embedded model, means keep all the information in one single document. Okay, that's what I want to tell you here. Okay, and now let's do some operation here. Let's say we have a plan to find the age. Let's say age here. How to find the age? Again, I can tell here and say, just can you please go and find the age? Let's say age, I'm looking for 9. Looking for 50 for example. Okay, nothing come up, guys. Why? Because right now you are asking to find the age in the main block. Means do you have any main column age? No. Age? No. Age? No. We can search gender or female, it will work. Because gender is a key that is directly is a primary key. Primary, not primary, actually primary case different meaning altogether, but is a key that directly in your main document. So technically what I'm talking about, if I'm searching gender equals to female or male, it starts, no error come up, right? But if you're searching age, it won't come up. Why? Because age is a is a uh, is a part of my sub document. And this document is in my DOB key. So what we have to do here, if you want to search the age, you type DOB is my main key. Inside this key, we have one more key. We have to use a dot here. Then we can type the value. So whenever this category match, means just go to DOB, then age, and then check the value. If you have 52, then such. Now, guys, the error output come up. All the age who are 52 come up. Or here, guys, we can write those things. I can write further. Just search all the age that is greater than 60. So those ones are explained to you already. So when your age is getting 60, they come to you. Or maybe I can count here. So we have 1 to 2% over here that has age greater than 62. Okay, so that's what we can do here. So understand one thing, guys, if you have an embedded document, that is the things we normally promote here. Simple thing you have to do is to search like that. Okay, you search like this. Okay, let me take the same example, the way I created our database, so you can very easily click. So I let me go to the Linux world, and in this database we have a collection customer. So I go to my customer that I created today, and if I find all database come up, let me find here, and let's say I'm looking for the primary number. Guys, here if I use predict, so this is the one document start from here and there, but this document has some sub documents called embedded document. And my document is to search the primary number. Okay, so if I search directly primary number as a key, and let's say value is 1111, it won't work. Okay, because main document doesn't has a key primary. Primary is a key inside the phone key. So you have to write phone. Now it will come up. The search all the document where in main key, then sub key is match this, they will search for you. So it's a way, guys, to search in the embedded document. Okay, guys, can you hold for a second, please? Okay, so this will come up. So one more thing, and one more, guys, small thing in this context, guys. If you don't use double quote in the key, it will fail. Okay. Normally, if you find something like if I search directly name, name, let's say my name is Chris, it will work, guys. If you have normal key without any sub key, it will work. But if you have any sub key, means technically if you want to use any dot, then double quote is compulsory. So it's good practice, guys, to have always had double quote. It's good practice. That's what I want to show you, tell you very small note. Okay, so this one thing is because it's very common operation, guys, if you have to do something like this. But maybe you only want to see the guy who has a primary number, this one. So you want to only see the name of those guys. Get the white type one. Only name printed. So I'm looking for, it's a very common thing. I find some mobile number. I want to check who belongs to this mobile number. I want to see the name. So it's very simple thing come up. I'm and plus I'm not interested in the ID. So zero. So just tell me the name. Okay. So something like this we can do here. Okay. So let me go to again the same database. And if I use LW person, and again, here in the context, let me find all. Okay, so these information come up, and guys, anybody who know about visualization over here, I'm talking more about graph, right? And the graph, we have a graph called map, and the map, guys, you can create a graph for Google map, maybe something like this. And if you know the coordinates, longitude, longitude, so you can drop some circles there and pointers there. So maybe these are the customers we have, and we want to create a graph for this. Multiple language has the way. For example, if you go to Python, Python have multiple library to create the graph, but we need a data to draw in the graph or in the map. Python, in my case, I have this data. So let's say I want to looking for coordinates. So I know location is the main key. Inside this, we have a coordinate. So what we'll do, we can ask the find to to go to location. Okay, this one, where it is location. Inside the location, just go to coordinate. Find, sorry, location dot coordinates. Okay, obviously you have to tell which one to use. So I'll type where the key. So I'll tell equals to you guys. So understand what I'm talking about. I'll type here. Or maybe I want to looking for like latitude. I will type whenever somebody has this value or something like this, they will print for us. Okay. So key inside key and key, this is a very common thing to use. And here I'm looking for all the username who has this one, just come. So they will print for you. And I want to just check the email, and we can check the email. So these are the things I showed to you already, but we will see more in detail. So this database is huge. Okay, but because this database is huge, 5,000 record we have, and if you're searching in this database, they are very slow sometimes. Even though this data is not so much big, only 5,000 record we have, but if you talk about real world application, they have billions and billions of records. They have more data you have, more slow it become if you search. And searching and finding and printing is a very common thing. So how you can plan properly to search on this data? So guys, there's a concept called indexes, a very powerful topic. It will exponentially sometime increase the performance of search. Okay, so what are indexes, guys, is a big topic. There's one topic. There's one more interesting concept, guys, in this world. That's called aggregation. MongoDB has their own aggregation framework. Okay, this is the two main topic of MongoDB we have. Then there's some cloud solution called Atlas. Okay, so there are two, three topics, and plus some small more topics we have that I would like to take tomorrow. But today, guys, I explain you multiple things. Those who are new in database, it might take some time to digest these information. But those who are already database, they can compare what database knowledge you had already with this MongoDB. So you might have better plan to do it. But some more feature of the MongoDB is there. So we'll discuss tomorrow. So for today, guys, multiple things we have discussed. I'll upload this data to you if you want to practice in the same way. So that's all for today. And any questions, guys, any query if you have today till now, you guys can ask me. Somebody asked me IO performance. Guys, IO performance is depend upon your hard disk speed, but it is more depend upon how you create your data model with respect to your use case. What I mean by this, tomorrow topic, guys, will gonna explain you when I take the topic index. There you will understand actually the meaning of data model and the use case I'm talking about. Okay, maybe your hard disk speed might not be so much powerful, but if you create a data model according to your use case, it will drastically increase the performance. What I mean by this, my tomorrow class, guys, will explain this concept with you. Dax, you can use any one. You can go for Firebase or MongoDB with Flutter. Both are good. Firebase is the hosted solution from the Google Cloud. If they want to use that one, you can use powerful solution, no doubt. Or if you want to have your own managed solution, the way you want to organize and manage, MongoDB is also there. So we can use. I suggest MongoDB if you are looking for a production world. Firebase is good for smaller projects maybe, and for testing also. But mostly in the corporate and the personal world, MongoDB is very famous. Which is faster in the terms of speed, MongoDB or your typical order solution? I can say, guys, both are faster. It is all about data model and your planning and what you want to solve. So Kedar, my tomorrow class will give this answer to you. Right now, my answer is both are faster. Sometimes Mongo, sometimes your typical MS SQL or SQL Server. It depends what you want to solve, what kind of use case you have, and what kind of data you want to put. Okay, so every database is great. So it's not like this. Do I use MySQL or MongoDB? So this question is wrong. Both are good. You have to ask first what is your final perspective, what you want to do it from your data. That what I will discuss you tomorrow. Yes, guys, we can use MongoDB as a relational also. There's a data model I told you as a reference. So if you go to reference one, then you can achieve a relational part also. I'll show you tomorrow somehow. So Raghav, as such, you can't import, I believe, in YAML format, but there's a program in the market. You can convert YAML file into JSON, and then JSON you can import. Yes, Sumit, collection is like a table and document is like a row. So document is always a part of collection. It's not subject, but it's a part of the collection. Right? Anybody have issue in MongoDB installation? And this document I show you, I have show you the step by steps. You can follow the document, or in your respective WhatsApp group or Slack channel, you have a technical vendor. Take the help from those guys; they will help you. Okay. Yes, Muttaba, we can integrate MongoDB with CSAP. I show you guys the multiple driver available. I think CSAP driver also there. Concept I explained to you, but but CSAP has their own syntax. You can use those syntax to correct. um, yes, Dev Kisan, we can talk about MongoDB security, but this training is more about database perspective, or how we're going to use MongoDB as a developer perspective. Okay. Security normally come into the admin part. I'll try to touch right as much I can, but there is no access use here right now here in this workshop, because this is the more about, it's called developer training. Developer means how developer use MongoDB, what kind of search they do, how they manage the things. So security normally come in the admin track, but I'll try. Right, I will share all the screenshot, all the screenshot to you. And guys, after you setting up the environment path, okay, just do one thing: close your terminal once again, start. Then only a command come. Install the MongoDB, set up the environment path. Then all the black terminal you have open, first close and again open, then the path load. Then your MongoDB command come. Nitin, yes, we can't cover a tier 3 architecture and workshop, because this is not the uh, full stack training. Normally in full stack we cover the 3 tier architecture, but I think the example of my Python I explained to you, most of the idea you guys might get about the 3 tier architecture, most of the idea. But my only focus area would be uh, data layer part. That's called database. Yes, Shubham, you can store whole data as a one document also, but it will again doesn't give you proper speed in searching. When you find something, an entire document come up, right? This that doesn't make any sense. So we want to create every record as a one document. I don't think so. Venkatesh, MongoDB has dropped in Ubuntu 20. Okay, I think they provide software for Ubuntu, or maybe I can say for Day1. If you don't find any software for Ubuntu, do one thing: you can get a source code, compile it, or maybe you can get the tar file and tar it in you. Okay, so this software is a plug and play. So as such, we don't require any DAG support from the OS. Mahek, the way you create a collection, you to give a collection name also. Otherwise, they give the error. So db.create collection, you to give collection name inside the parenthesis. Kalpit, yes, you can create a collection use Ansible, but technically there is no meaning of this. Ansible is a configuration management tool, not the database management tool, right? So you can use Ansible to configure MongoDB setup and server. There's a good way to do. After this, MongoDB will have used their own tools to create a collection. So I'm saying you can do it by Ansible somehow, but there is no good reason to use Ansible here. Which that's what I'm talking about. IO bottleneck is your hard disk speed, let's say, is 10 Mbps per second. So you can't store more than 10 Mbps. This is called bottleneck. Okay. So physical hard disk size we might not increase. So now it is your plan how you organize your data so that your speed will be faster. So tomorrow we'll discuss a more detail about this when I start index path. Saswant, what you say is right, but technically company use all the languages. Somebody use C++, same company use Python also, same company use Java also. So they have a different team, different projects. So different project to project, they use respective language, right? So it is wrong to say that company use only Python or only C. Almost every language used by almost all the companies. What is sharding? Prem will discuss tomorrow about sharding and the MongoDB. Yes, MongoDB document Abhinav is equal to database rule. So that's all, guys. I think uh, most of the guys, what you're asking, if you practice, it will cover, and some more thing. My tomorrow class will explain to you. Okay. Simran, asset property is available if your database support a transaction. Not all the NoSQL has a transaction capability. MongoDB have by chance, there's a different point, but not at that level that your RDBMS will provide. So asset capability is only available if your database support uh, transaction capability. So big concept. Okay. So does MongoDB has transaction support? Answer yes, but they're not at that level that RDBMS will provide. So again, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Every database has their own value. So if you want to go for asset compliant, if anybody know, then Oracle, MySQL, they are the great database for this. Okay. So that's all, guys, for today. And uh, see you tomorrow with some more detailed discussion on MongoDB. Okay. Take care, guys. We'll see you.